Who would like to pray for us?
Let's pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we thank you for today. We thank you that we were able to get here early. We thank you for this space, oh Lord. Father, we thank you that we are here to receive. We thank you for our teachers who will be giving us great lessons. May we open our hearts to receive them. We thank you for the team that has prepared, O King of Glory. May you bless them, encourage them, give them strength as they take us through this day. And we thank you. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we prayed and believed.
Amen. Thank you so much. All right. So I'm going to ask 5 people to just share what their expectations are for today, from today's class. I need now. I never thought I would say this. Where are the mic runners? I've arrived.
The numbers 1.
Let us worship.
I am Magez Elijah from Worship Harvest Kungu. Yeah, I think I'm the tallest here. Yeah, my expectation is impartation of wisdom. Yeah, just me coming here, I've come to seek for wisdom, and I know I've already found it. Oh, yes.
All right. Someone else? Yes, Fiona.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Fiona Team from Worship Harvest Downtown.
Woohoo! My location.
Yes, expectation is how to rhythms, daily rhythms, weekly rhythms, monthly rhythms for startup.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Wow. Interesting. So 3 more people to go. Yes.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Diana Nalwoga from Worship Harvest Gaza. So my expectation is,
that's
I
nice.
don't have any business.
Yeah, but like today.
Today I
I'm
have to get
living
the
with a
idea.
business. Wonderful. I love it. Yes.
I think I will learn new skills to put into my business. Yeah.
Wonderful. Did you tell us your name? Okay.
Yes. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Mary Amon from Worship Harvest Congo.
Hey.
Yeah, so my expectation is to get some quick tips on how to balance my 8 to 5 with my startup.
All right. And lastly?
Good morning.
Good morning. I don't
Hilda
know why
from
you're
Nalia.
far, but...
Yeah, so I expect to get revelational insight why some things have not been working when I thought I was doing the right thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I need to patch up those gaps.
All right. Yeah, so thank you so much for sharing your expectations. And the person who is going to do this training is very well equipped to do that. I think one of the things I admire about him is his ability to take complex things and break them down into, what's your favorite meal? You've thought about it? Like that when you're eating it and enjoying it, yeah, that's his gift. To be able to break them down so that you enjoy them, you just don't feel overwhelmed and burdened, and for you to be able to go ahead and actually put them in action. And so without further ado, I would like us to get up on our feet and welcome the trainer of the day, Chairman Alfred Agaba.
Thank you. Thank you. Please have your seats. We had agreed that we were not going to be using my titles, because if you're going to use them, then you have to mention all of them. And if you can't mention all of them, then don't start. So leave it at Alfred, Human Alfred. Human Alfred. Sounds better. Good replacement for Chairman Alfred, right? Human Alfred. I'm first a human. Let the weak say I am strong. I'm feeling weak this morning, so that's why I'm seated here. I asked for a stool to sit here. I was in my bed this morning contemplating, should I, shouldn't I? Now, if I send Daphne a message and say, what do I say? But because there were people who I knew were making it here today and had been looking forward to this today, I thought I have to make it. So what you get here will be about 20% of my energy levels. I can have a lot of energy. So when you see, but what's happening is, then you know. But you also can pray. You also can pray for my energy levels to go up. I love teaching business, and I think I might end up getting energy as we go. Maybe the people in the room might give me some energy as we run. But otherwise, I think I'll have dangerous substitutes in case I can't move so far. I've already briefed my daughter there. Sherry is my daughter. Sherry, please put up your hand. Sherry is 15 and a half. Sean next to her is 12 and a half. Yeah, they're also business people. They're also members of HMC. And they've also come to learn how to do business and see how to apply it. We've begun some things with them, but let's see what they learn from here. So be sure when you go back home, we'll be asking, what did you learn? What are you going to apply? And we shall see it happen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for making it here. Thank you so much for coming, for wanting to invest in yourselves and into your businesses. I'm just hoping that by the time we are done, that you'll have found value. It's been my prayer as I was coming here that you will get value from today. You'll get good value, and you'll be able to thrive in your business. My name is Alfred Brian Agaba, without a title. Yes, just call me Alfred, call me Alf. And if you really feel you want to say something before the name, just say human. Human Alfred. I will go with that. That will be fine. Right, so I've had some interesting expectations coming up. Some things someone was talking about the rhythms. I just thought the rhythms of someone who is starting out. What do you do on a daily, on a weekly, on a monthly? I was about to say, when you're starting up, the rhythms are interesting. But let's see what we can do, what we can learn from that. The people who are wondering, why is it not working? I've been doing this, where is the gap? I'm hoping that you'll be able to find where the gap is at the moment. Are you able to move a bit this side? I'm just trying to see you. I'm trying to make sure that I can see you. There's space. Yeah. Someone said they want to get an idea, that when they leave today, they should have a business idea. My hope as well is you'll get some ideas in the room, or at least you'll be tickled the right way to get some ideas. So what I have prepared for us today, I'm going to say something very small about my journey, not too long, so that we know that I'm not coming to give us theory. Then we will delve quite a bit into the entrepreneur. I don't know why these people make these words complicated. Entrepreneur. And then we will go into building the business, the pillars that we use to build the business. Hopefully for someone, if some things haven't been going right, maybe you will find it as one of the pillars that you need to look into and be able to close that gap. And I'm hoping to have quite some time for Q&A, depending on how it goes. Hoping I'll be able to go up to that point to answer, because we didn't draw from you the expectations before you came in here. So I'd want to be able to, I like to make this as practical as possible to answer practical questions people are asking. So I hope we can be able to have time at the end just to answer some of the questions in the room. Normally, I would have preferred to have many people in the room, but when there are few, it's cozier, you know? Yeah, it's cozier, fewer, so I can see people and remember them. You were there, I remember, you were there. Yeah, so those who are going to be watching on YouTube, unfortunately, I can't say that of you. So that's what we're going to be looking at. And I start off, I think it's time to stand up. Right. Entrepreneurs are born or made? Are they born? Are they made? Is it nature? Is it nurture? Who has the microphone? Yes, I want to hear from the room. I want to hear your thoughts from the room because it's been a bit of a debate there. Do I have it? Or
They're nurtured.
they're
Nurtured.
they're nurtured. Why do you think they're nurtured?
Because you get to learn it. It doesn't come, you know, there are those people who say, oh, my dad was a businesswoman, businessman, so I'm also going to be a business. Or my mom. But I believe you have to learn it to get there.
Okay, so she says they are nurtured at the back. Please just say your name as you introduce. I'm hoping by the end I'll have picked some of our names. At least I know Shadrach's name. And Diana Naluoga from Gayaza, right?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I think it's both. Some are made and others are born because it comes very easy and naturally for some, and others have to learn the whole skill of entrepreneurship. Then others thrive in the corporate world, but are very terrible in business. So it's a bit of both. But
Okay.
anyone can do it.
Okay, interesting. For some, it comes very easily. And then for some, there's a bit more push. Eh? Okay, thank you. Shadrach?
Yeah, so I think they are made because you have to put in the work. You have to do the work of an entrepreneur, of business, then also life experience. Let me say if your parents are business people or businessmen, so the life you keep on seeing, those experiences, maybe they take you along to the business, that kind of, yeah. So I think they are made, they are not
Born. Interesting. You know how you see, do we have any Indians in the room? We don't have any? Me only, I'm just taking if we have any Indians in the room. Yeah, you see Indians, it looks like they get into business and it looks like it looks like they are born. And yet, if you look at those shops in Gulu, in Arua, in wherever the Indians are, when the kids come back from school, they come to the shop, to the back of the shop, and there's an old man there at the back who is guiding them through what to do. So from the beginning, from school, you have like 3 generations in a shop of an Indian. You're going to have the middle generation, our age, who is running the show. You're going to have his father, who is at the back trying to show people the way. And then you're going to have a kid who is watching what's happening. So you're thinking that these guys were born with business in their blood, but they were watching from day one without, it was just being imputed on them from day 1, day 2, day 3. So in that sense, they were being made rather than born that way. Yes. Good morning. By faith they had his wisdom.
Yes, so good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm so privileged to be in the room. John Paul Owori is my name, Worship Harvest Chira. Yes, so in regards to the question, actually I'm in agreement with you because I'm one person who's coming from my family, looking at the paternal side and then the maternal side. The Matano side, not so much into school, but they are so much into business. But when I look at the Patano side, so much into the employment, but not really much into business. So I think really what you said, it has been the story for the Matano side. These people grew up learning from their parents. So literally when they go to the time of leaving home, they also definitely found themselves into businesses, and they are thriving so much. So on our other side of the Matano, it's people put up businesses, and then before you know it, businesses collapse. So I found myself in that state as well. And that's why I really want to see how to bridge that gap. So I believe.
So are you on the collapsing side, or are you?
So far, I've had some that really collapsed, and so that's why when I saw this, I was so eager to come in. So I think they are both.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. He's mentioned something I was going to ask. How many people here have successfully started and collapsed businesses? Wow, well done. Yes. Yes. Even if you go to business school and what, you must be able to start the business, collapse it, so that you can have that on your business CV. Yeah? I've collapsed some 3, some 4, and still going strong. Still going strong. Right. I looked at your registrations as you're registering for this, and I saw a number of business ideas. Many of you either already involved in or want to. I saw consulting, events, real estate, electronics. I don't know if you see yourself here. I didn't put everything. Jewelry. You see yourself. Someone wanted to do snacks, baking, soap making. They're all very interesting. Online marketing. By the way, the sizes are not based on the number of people, but it was just tutoring, transport, fashion, graphics, skin care, mobile salon. I wanted to talk to that one of mobile salon because, yeah, very interesting idea. I don't like going to the salon, and yet, I mean, if they could come home, No, they do for the ladies. It's a lot easier. You have people come in, they plait your hair and go away. But for us, it's rare that someone comes with the equipment, sits there. I mean, I'm here, we have 3 boys at home. Chop our hair 2 weeks to go away with your things. Come back in a month. And then you build up those clients, and here, I get like a 50K there on that weekend, I get like a 50K there, 50K. Are you getting ideas? We are starting. It's starting, and the rhythms, the weekly ones are starting. So just to say, I liked the businesses that were here. When I looked at them, they validated what we're going to be looking at because they're not the kind of businesses. This training is for micro businesses. It's not, I've supported micro businesses, I've supported small businesses, I've supported medium businesses, I've supported large businesses, I've supported international, but I wanted this for just our micro businesses. Not the big things of now, do I hire 15 staff? We're not going to be dealing with problems of, so my 15 staff are doing this to me. Today, we're not going to be dealing with those. We're just going to be dealing with the micro. Are we okay? Okay. All right. So I'll say something very small about my journey, my entrepreneurial journey. My journey started when I was 7 years old. So my first business, I was 7 years old. That was, you were not there. For sure you were not there. That was my first business. Yes. And that would, my whole capital was actually right in that one tube. Yes. I would do 1 tube at a go. So my mother used to run an inn, and you'd have people that would come to spend the night there, and they've forgotten to bring toothpaste. So I would buy one, just one, and then Squeeze for them, and they pay. Squeeze for them, and they pay. Squeeze for... And those days, it wasn't this plastic one. It was like a metallic one. So you would even be able to roll it until... all the way until the last one. Then we go back and restock and buy the next one. So that was my first business. I was 7 years old. What he was talking about of you begin to see things. My mother used to run business, but at a very, very low scale. It wasn't very huge, it was very low scale, and yet the principles I began to learn at that age. So she gave me opportunity to start. She taught me how to learn to identify business opportunities like that. My second business was about a year later, and it was that. Kiwi. Na, 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 kiwi. Da, 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 da. Yeah. So those same people would come and they've forgotten to bring shoe polish. I mean, people who go to do field work and all and they forget, oh, shoe polish. So I had 3 tins. Black, brown, tawny red. Yeah. There was even tawny red. It was used for shoes of prison officers, I remember. They're the ones who had shoes. Those are my good customers. So you've forgotten, I come and I shine your shoe and you can see yourself. That was about 8 years or thereabout. So that was my second business. I'm now in business number 2. I'm at 8. How many of you by 8? Okay. But this was identifying business opportunities. You see something out there, and there is a need, and you're like, I can do something about this. And then at about 9, my mother was able to help me open a bank account. Post Bank, it wasn't yet Post Bank, it used to be Posta Uganda. They used to have small accounts with passbooks, savings accounts. So go open an account, and I began depositing my savings there. So I began saving at that age. You go with your passbook, you deposit, you withdraw when you want. The monies were small. They were not, in fact, sometimes after making the money and going to withdraw it, I'd even waste it. Yeah, I think there's a time, one of the things I really enjoyed doing was playing with matchboxes. Those matchboxes, double happiness. You know when you play with them and they're saying, do you buy these things, you're wasting things? So I would go and buy my own. And then you just light it, and I'm like, I'm using my money. Fireworks. It is my money, I worked for it. So that was one of the things I used to waste. But the art of making the money, saving it, and being able to withdraw it and waste it then began to happen. And then I began realizing, but now this money goes in and then just goes out. Goes in and just goes out. And then I began to realize I needed to do other things with it. So I remember my next one, I think I bought a camera and I began taking pictures. So when we with friends like in S1, S2, S3 would go for a party or something, I would go take pictures of everyone. Those days you'd have to go and, not these ones where you develop immediately, you develop a film or something like that. That shows how old I am, because some of you are not clicking. But, what do I want to say? Do not despise these small beginnings, for the Lord rejoices to see the work begin. Do not despise. You might be there thinking, mine is like a small one. I do not think it was smaller than mine. You should tell me that. I also had a bananas business. I didn't go for that. Bananas, I would buy a cluster like this. Yeah? Same people, they've come and they're hungry and they've forgotten. I give them 2. And they pay. So what was I learning? I was learning how to price. I was learning how to cost. Because if the tube has cost me, it was cost me about 5 shillings, I remember. Yeah, that's how far back. If it's cost me 5 shillings, how many times do I need to squeeze it? So how much should I charge per squeeze? So I know how many squeezes will take it up to the end. So I know how many squeezes, so I know how to price each squeeze. So I would know how to price then. So profitability, the concept of pricing for profit began coming through. I take a tube of Colgate. you start there. Do not despise days of small beginnings. So whatever it is you're starting with, I do not believe anyone here is below that one. Everyone, I'm sure, has bigger capital than... How much is Colgate now? Like this, like 4K. 5K, take a small one, 5K. Really, everyone can afford that capital. And went on, and many things, really. But the point was learning how to identify business opportunities. And I'm hoping by the time we're done, we'll be able to learn, for the person who wanted to learn how to identify, that will have learned how to do a bit of that, right? Okay, I'll talk a bit about myself on the other side. After selling Colgate and toothpaste, I went to school, I studied. I hold a Bachelor of Commerce degree in accounting. I'm a fellow of Chartered Certified Accountants. I'm a member of the Institute of Satisfied Public Accountants, or certified. I'm a certified entrepreneur trainer. I am trained and certified to train entrepreneurs. So it's not that I'm coming to give you just what? Kwara kwara, eh? I just want to say, by Regent University. So I am doing what I'm actually trained and certified to do. I'm a certified facilitator, presenter by KPMG, financial trainer, member of LEAD, etc. Where do I work at the moment? I lead the team at Acclaim Africa Limited as the managing director, and I chair a couple of boards: Goldmine Finance, Design Without Border, Takama Consulting. I chair the board audit risk committee of Nation Media Group, which looks after Monitor, KFM, NTV, etc., etc. I chair the board risk committee of Nina Interiors Limited as well. And I'm the vice chair of Harvest Multipurpose Cooperative. And I also sit on council of Clark International University. I love education. And finally, a bit of my career. I've been an external auditor, I've been an internal auditor, I've been a finance consultant, business consultant, country planning manager, different places, managing consultant and a director. I have trained thousands of businesses directly, and I think reached out maybe to many others, tens of thousands, maybe indirectly. And I have delivered or led delivery of trainings and consultancies in 31 countries on 6 continents. So every continent except Antarctica, I have been there. Started with Colgate. We started with Colgate, 1 tube. I'm not the biggest of business people out there, no, but I think it's a story as well. It's a story, how you get work in South America in a language you don't even speak, but you're able to do the work in that country is interesting. I've done trainings in Portuguese, which I don't even know. Yeah, it's just been amazing, identifying business opportunities and stepping up, and yeah, it's been quite a bit of a journey. Questions about me before we move away from me and get right into it? How much did I charge for the Colgate? You want to get around, eh? So I think the tube used to cost, it just cost about 5 shillings to buy, if I recall, about 5 shillings. So what I had to do is the first time, I bought the first one, and I squeezed it empty. So I had to squeeze to count how many squeezes I have to for the whole tube. So I squeezed and squeezed. I count as I was counting. So that one was Potea. Eh? So that I get to know how many times I need to squeeze it till it's empty. And then after getting those, I think about 20 or thereabout. So I knew that if I charge 1 shilling per squeeze, then I will be able to make 20 shillings from that tube, but it cost me only 5 shillings. Profit, 15 per tube. I was rich. That's profit, serious, supernormal profits. So that's what I did to be able to work out that. I did the same, I worked out my way the same on the shoe polish as well. I didn't squeeze that one, but I tried to count how many shoes, how many pairs of shoes do I get to polish using the small tin? How much does it cost me? And I worked out, and that's how. So pricing became a part of me at a very young age. Pricing and building profit into pricing. Any other few questions before I go? Our CEO, you're welcome. First, she doesn't mind titles. She's CEO, mother, elder, pastor, friend, wife. Hey, all those things. Any other questions about me before I run away? Yes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I think for me, I wasn't creating these things. I was given opportunity to think, to dream, and to try out. And I think for you, mothers to be, or are, or fathers to be, or are, start giving opportunities as well to your children. They can't be too young to learn. Mine are here, 12 and 15. They're here. I'm training others, but they're here. I don't know if at 12 you're attending the training like this. Hey. So I'm just doing what my mother did for me. She exposed me and began showing me things at a very low scale, but I learned the principles which I was able to transpose. Now I would say there is this opportunity in South Sudan. How do we go for it? Do we know anyone there? No, we don't. Do we know someone who knows someone in South Sudan? Yes. Okay. Actually, there's a time I tried out something with my team at Acclaim Africa, and I was trying to push them to go into places, and I said, I want us to do some work in Madagascar. And then people were like, but we don't know anyone there. How do we start? So I told them, within 2 hours, I can promise you, I am going to have someone in Madagascar. So I went on Facebook at the time. I said, is there anyone in my contacts who has ever been to Madagascar or knows anyone who has ever been to Madagascar? Please, in my inbox, within 30 minutes, I had 5 people in my inbox. Then I was like, so, my husband works there. So within an hour, I was reporting back to staff that we actually have links to Madagascar. Because you're busy thinking, oh, it's out there, how do I get into that space? The way we got into South Sudan, I remember, was just, we found someone who knew someone who guided us there. We found one person. And my partner, we agreed, jump onto the bus, go to South Sudan. Reaches there, goes to this one person of this one organization. We talk to them, what we can do for them, etc. Once we are done, so we ask him, thank you for giving us your time. Is there someone else like you here that who needs the same service? Yes. Can you work with us? Yes. Work with you, take you to this organization. By the time you're done, you come back with 5, 6 organizations that you can do work for. Everyone picks you and takes you to the next. So you go knowing one person, you come back with 5, 6 people. Sometimes I'd have an engagement to do maybe in Malawi. A client has paid for me to go and do work in Malawi. And while there, the ticket has been paid for by the client. The accommodation has been paid for by the client. But as I'm going, if I know I'm going to go on Monday and come back on Friday, that's what's paid for, I'll just ask my ticket to come back on Sunday. Then those 2 days, I'm busy combing Malawi. But am I paying for it? No, it's been paid for fully by someone else. So the expansion into many of these countries was coming from things like that. Someone can think we had money to invest in all this. No, it was about identifying the opportunities, the contacts. We shall go into the details as we go. The pillars. I'm going into pillars now. I'm starting to scratch into the pillars. One last question about me, then we move away from me, and we go right into
the certified entrepreneur trainer and consultant. Do you have to have a background in finance to do it, or with whatever background you can actually qualify to become certified in that?
No, you don't have to have a background in finance. It was entrepreneur, it's full business, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you. Let's go right in, and we're going to start with the entrepreneur. I'm getting a bit stronger. The entrepreneur. So we're going to start from the beginning and from the basics. My assumption is all of us here are either current or potential entrepreneurs, right? Even the one who has come to get the idea. You've come because you want to start the journey. So we're going to start by defining who an entrepreneur is. We'll begin there and build on that. We're going to define this entrepreneur together. I know the definition is mine, but we shall try and do it together. All these things begin with P. An entrepreneur is a P who seeks to solve P. All these are P, so we shall go together. We shall try to guess, yeah? An entrepreneur is a person. See? It is easy, right? Who seeks to solve a society's. You see where my Colgate was coming in? Eh? The person is there. Hey, I forgot my toothpaste at home. I forgot my problem. Your antennas begin to come up. Problem. When you see problems, some people, when they see problems, they run away. An entrepreneur, when you see problems, they think opportunities. Like, there's something there. There's something there. There's something there. I remember at university, the lecturer would come and, comes with a handout, and he has his handout there, and then it's like, okay, all of you guys, you'll get your notes from the printer or something like that, photocopying place. I was a course chairman. So I'd come and say, don't worry, how many of you want to have these things? How many want them delivered to you? No, okay, it will cost you this much. I pick the copy, I go to the photocopier, print me 50 copies, and I pick off my car. Because everyone was like, now going to the photocopier, we're all going to line up, we're going to do it. Like, don't worry, I got you. When you hear complaints, those want business ideas. When you hear complaints, your antennas should be getting up of, I'm seeing, where do I make money? Everyone in this room has a wallet maybe or a purse, and there's money in that purse, and that money belongs to you if you can solve their problem. Because that money is there to pay someone to solve their problem. So an entrepreneur is a person who seeks to solve society's problems by putting in place the right, these are 3 Ps. No. Process, yes. The one who said, what are the routines? Processes, People, processes, and property. These are the 3 things you put in place. The routines that someone asked about, how do we start from the point of the order to the time of the delivery? What are some of the things that keep happening? You have to have those in place. You have to have the right people in place. In this case, you might be that person. Yeah? As you're starting, sometimes you are the person. But at times you have some gaps and you want someone else to step in. And then property, whatever it is. For me, for my job, this is the property. Once I have this, I'm good to go. Those who say they want to do bakery, yeah, you know what you're going to need. Your chisigiri and all that. So whatever it is, what are those things you're going to need? If you put in place the right process, and right being a keyword, the right people, the right processes, the right property. Sometimes we put them in place, but they're not the right ones. You put the wrong people in place, and I can guarantee for those of us who have succeeded in failing businesses, part of it was the wrong people we put in the business, not so? And working with the right. An entrepreneur is a person who solves society's problems by putting in place the right processes, people, and property, and working with the right partners. Who said partners? Yeah, partners. I can almost guarantee you cannot be successful in business if you're not partnering with other people. If you are not partnering with other people, you are not good. However small, I sell my shirts, but I need the trusted border guy. That's a partner. Trusted border guy who goes and delivers the shirts to my clients. Because if he's not trusted, once he gets the shirts, you go towards collapsing your first business. He disappears with the entire. So working with the right partners to develop and deliver the demanded product. Finally, it has come. Hey, you've been looking for it. An entrepreneur is a person who seeks to solve society's problems by putting in place the right processes, people, and property, working with the right partners to deliver the demanded products, to be able to make a good Profit. To make a 15 shillings out of 20. To be able to make a good profit. The profit is the reward to the entrepreneur. It's the reward for the sweat. It's the reward for the time you've put in. It's the reward for creating the product that misses problems. Many bits end here, but to make a good profit while making a net positive contribution to society, but I want it to be a P, to people out there, and there are two P's. Planet. Now, that's a very important aspect of entrepreneurship. God made the universe. God made man. God commissioned man to take care of that planet. So while going about your entrepreneurial journey, you should not be destroying the planet. You should not be destroying the society. But why I say net positive contribution is because as you're building the business, as you're running the business, you take away from society, right? To make furniture, to make this, you have to cut a tree, not so? So you're taking away from society. But for every tree I cut to create this, what do I bring back to the planet to make sure that my net contribution is positive? So if I've cut one tree to do this, I should be planting more trees than this. Makes sense? Net positive contribution. You can work with many different people out there, but you exploit them. You pay them the least possible. You're exploiting them, not so. Are you making, and they're giving you this much, and you're paying them this little. And when they complain, you tell them, you know what? Do you know the unemployment rate in the country? It is high. So if you want to go, you can go. Others will come. But what are you doing? You're exploiting. You're not making a net positive contribution to the people and society. That's why I call it net positive, because you're taking away. They're giving you of their time. They're giving you of their knowledge. You're taking from them. But then you need to be able to give. So when you hire staff, for example, you need to take responsibility for those staff. That I want to leave this person better than I found them, beyond the salary that I'm paying them. Personally, it's a very personal decision that I make, that whoever it is that I'm working with, that I'm honored to work with as my staff, I should leave them better than I found them. I should invest in them and leave them better than I found them. Whether they're a nanny at home, or, okay, some of them run away before you invest in them. You're just about to invest, like, hey, like okay. Next one. Some run off before, but there are those that we've been able to invest in and have. One of the things I target, if someone has come to our place as a nanny, I try to target that's their last nanny job. Yeah. My hope is always that that's their last nanny job. So that after that, they will be able to convert this into something way better. We had a nanny who, studied and did, even had a degree, but there was just no work. There was no work out there. Had studied, had got a degree, and I think that's when COVID came, couldn't find any work, went and sold charcoal, began getting sick, went to work in a bar, and then they closed bars. And they closed bars. And then she was out there, we'll talk to this agency, and then they give us the details of this person. I'm looking at this person, say, graduate, and she wants to be a nanny. I got interested. Took a look, ran through, showed my wife. She said, let's try this person. They come on board, and they work with us, I think about 2 years or thereabout, forgotten the time. But by that point, given the attributes that she showed, it was very clear that what she lacked was opportunity. Today she's a consultant. She is a consultant. She's practiced her procurement, and she's a consultant. She's been mentored, and she's delivering very well, excellently. But her story was of a nanny. Making a net positive contribution to people and to planet. The profit, when you get the profit, you eat it and it goes away very quickly. Now if you ask me where my profits are from the Colgate, but when you invest in people, the return is eternal. It remains. It's there. Like I'm doing today. This is my investment in you. How much am I being paid for today? Nothing, eh? There we go. I'm not being paid anything for today. Because this is investment in people. Because if I invest in you today and you leave this place and go and make your business stronger, or you go and build something bigger, then I'm part of your story. You can't run away, even if you refuse. Even if you refuse, I don't want to talk to him, it's okay, I'm in your story. Somewhere there, I become part of your story. So I'm here planting. That's an entrepreneur. So what we're going to do, we're going to go a bit more detailed into that definition and just pick some of those things. If I had a lot of time, we would have gone through, detailed each of them. But these that you see here are really the pillars of your business as well. It's the definition of an entrepreneur, but they're also the pillars of your business. And we shall get into them. I will go through a few of them a bit more in detail, and then we'll try to take a while to run through the ideas of our businesses and see where they fall. Any questions at this point about this definition of an entrepreneur? You can even say it's good. That's fine. Huh? I didn't force you. No, but honestly, I developed it, but as I looked at it and I thought through it, it's what I've used to build, it's what I've used to help others, help other businesses, but it made a lot of sense. And this I developed even before the ESGs we hear today. Now ESG has come. So the E, S is people, E is the planet, or triple bottom line. You know, having a bottom line, that's not just financial, but also that is about people and planet. I think there's a bigger call for us as business people, not to just look for a profit, but to be able to use that to invest in people, to invest in that which God gave us and said, go and take dominion over the birds in the air. Yes, Shadrach. Shadrach is one of those people that I was, should I say? I say? Huh? Should I say?
Let me finish.
Let me first say. Yeah, we were his client, and he was messing up something. Yeah, but behind I was just hoping that he's able to fix it. So when he came here and we met this morning, I said, "Aha, you're here. By the end of this, go back and fix it, so that we can be fully back as your client." Yes, Shadrach.
So what I like about the definition is that for most of us as entrepreneurs, we think problem, then product. So we miss out the process, the people, property, partners. Then after the product, profit, then we don't think about the people and the planet. So it's really been insightful to look at all the important bits, because most of the time is problem, product, profit. Yeah, it ends there.
Thank you. Thank you, Shadrach. Any other thought? Yes? So property is everything like physical that you need to make it happen. Like I said, if you're going to be doing Rolex, you need the pan, that's part of the property. You need the, the chisigiri. What else do you need for Rolex? That car, the car stand, the car tower. So for whichever business it is you want to start, The mobile salon person is going to need the combs, those clippers, maybe a mobile mirror or something like that. So what are those things you need to put in place to be able to deliver on that business? Whatever business it is. Example I gave is, for me, once you give me this one here, I cross the borders to wherever. This is it. This is all for me. But what's the business you want to run? And so what do you need in terms of property, in terms of physical stuff? But we shall go there in a bit more in detail. All right. I want to start with the first part. An entrepreneur is a person. I know some of the things look very obvious. Of course, you'd say, what are they? Are they an animal? But why I say they're a person is because the entrepreneur is a human being that goes through all emotions. Sometimes you're going to get through uncertain times, you're going to be scared, you're going to be shocked, you're going to cry some tears, you're going to have, what did I just do? You're going to have happy moments when, it feels like it's working. You know, people seem like they want my product, they're buying, they're asking for more. We go through all these things. Sometimes when we see business people who have started their businesses, sometimes you don't think that they're actually people that are going through all these things. Or you think, this person has gone this far, they've made it this far, but you don't know, sometimes they're doing it uncertain, they're doing it unsure, but they're doing it anyway. So if you've gone through moments as an entrepreneur and you've been scared, you've been uncertain, you're thinking, do people really like what I do? Will they take my product? You're very normal. It's okay. It happens for everyone. I was listening to, unfortunately, the richest guy in the world. Who is the richest guy in the world? Musk, eh? Oh, they passed him. No, he's still the one. He's still the one. I was just listening to him and seeing the level of uncertainty he has, the fears that he has, and yet he's the richest guy in the world. And you're thinking for him, what would Elon Musk fear? He can move everything with his mind. No, he has a lot of fears. A lot of fears he has. Flabbergasted. He's there, flabbergasted, about certain things. And you're thinking, but he has all the money. Yes, he has all the money, but he goes through these moments. This Tesla thing, is it going to work? This space we want to get into, will it work or is it going to burst? Is it going to be a bubble that's going to burst? etc. So everyone at our level, even at the corner kiosk, corner shop in the estate or wherever you're living in, you're also there with your own fears. Yeah? Will the rains come and just pour on my nya, and then, yeah. But first and foremost, an entrepreneur is a person, and we go through all these emotions, and it's okay. It's okay, and there will just be a whole roller coaster. There'll be the happy times, there'll be the tough times, it will be there. So just to say, it's fine, it's okay. You're starting, you feel like the product is coming out and it's so good, you're about to get there, but you're missing money, just basic money for you to get it out there. Or people who you're trying to convince about this thing, they say, good, let's get back to you. We'll be getting back to you. We'll be getting back to you. Getting back to you. And then you go and you see that they're online, but they're not getting back to you. Huh? So the doubts begin to come. Is it that what I have come up with is not useful, is not good, it does not meet the need? Right? An entrepreneur is first and foremost a person. I hope there are no questions about an entrepreneur being a person. The things I've talked about, I'm sure you've all gone through. Given that you've collapsed businesses, you've gone through these. Who seeks to solve society's problems? Now, this is like the crust, this is like the core part of entrepreneurship. This is like the core part of entrepreneurship. How do I start a business? How do I get ideas of a business I need to start? Like I said in the beginning, problems, problems, problems. Get a high affinity, a high love for problems, that when you hear them, your mind starts thinking. And the more people you hear say it, I have this problem, I have this, you're thinking, there's something in here. My first job, I remember, was in an audit firm in KPMG, and we had someone, where we were, there were no canteens, restaurants nearby, so it was a bit far off. And then we had someone who was a cleaner, and they figured the problem. So they would bring breakfast for all of us. Samosas, whatever, they brought for all of us. It got to a point where what they were earning from that business was more than their salary. As in, even if you didn't increase their salary, it's okay. So these people who complain, increase our salary, even if you say, today we're going to reduce your salary by 20%, it's fine. I just want to be around here. Because he knew where he was going to make his money from. He's listening out, now it's so far, how do we walk to wherever to get a snack for breakfast, and yet we have got to come in very early. We leave very early from home, we can't prepare something from home. And he's speaking. These guys have money in their pockets. And I'm going to solve their problem. Who seeks to solve society's problems? Why would anyone use a boda boda? Has anyone ever used a boda boda? Why do you use boda boda? It's fast. It's convenient. It doesn't no jam. It doesn't no it doesn't no traffic lights. At traffic lights, it becomes a pedestrian. It crosses and the zebra crossing. It's invisible. At the traffic lights, it's invisible. It's the convenience, it's the speed, it gets you products quick, etc. Okay. OpenSC. Why would one want to take a cup of cappuccino? To wake up? It tastes good. It's what? It's classy. They always put a design there, when you even order for one, get me a cappuccino. Even the way it rolls off your tongue. It just feels good, right? And then they bring it and you first look at, the form and and then deep fry it. It feels good. It's not African coffee. Okay. In a pot. It's not African coffee. It's a status thing, right? You feel good. It's way beyond meeting just a need of I need to keep awake. Eh? There, just do African coffee and you'll be fine. Right? Why would one want to use a school van? To take convenience. You are at work, time, I can't drop and pick, I can't do what? Safety for some. Of course, sometimes it's even the opposite. Yeah? Sorry? Sometimes it's the opposite of safety. Yeah? Now, that becomes an opportunity. We begin to realize that school vans are unsafe. Why are they unsafe? Because of this and this and that. Then your antennas begin to go up. What do I need to do and do differently so that I can be able to close that particular gap? All those things that you've talked about, convenience, hunger, assurance, thirst, pleasure, comfort, justice, timeliness, and many more. These are the real the core societal problems. They don't come out this way. For you to think, I'm going to order for a border, but you're not ordering for border. You're ordering for timeliness, and you're ordering for convenience. Status for some. When you order for a meal, you're not just ordering for the food, you want to deal with hunger. The core thing, the core societal need there is hunger. shelter, thirst, right? Comfort. Now you need to be able to appreciate this core need, the core problem that you're trying to address before you give it a home. Yeah? Before you give it a home. How many people here like ice cream? Even now. Why do you like ice cream? The taste? What about the taste? She said you forget about your problems. Have you ever seen someone licking on ice cream like this? When you have your ice cream, you know, you're looking and you first forget your problems for just a moment. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, that's what it does for you. You can't lick on ice cream and you're gloomy. You just can't. It's like a hug. Eh? Thank you. Now, what you're paying for is not ice cream. You're paying for that which it does for you. It just makes you forget your problems. If we were able to demonstrate that this mouse here, once you lick it, your problems will go away, you'll also pay for it. Yes. If we say this mouse, try it, and you lick, oh my goodness, you will pay for it. You are not paying for the ice cream. You're paying for your problems going away. You're paying just to feel good. You're paying just to escape from your problems just for a moment. Just for that moment. That's what people are paying for. So when you're thinking they're paying for your product, they are not paying for your product. They are paying for what is in your product, what your product does for them. That's what they pay for. What your product does for them is what they're paying for. Right? Many people run trainings like I'm doing, but I make them simple. When people are paying me, they're not paying for this information because you can find it on Google or ChatGPT. Okay? But I break it down and I make it simple. You pay for clarity, you pay for simplicity. You pay for accessibility of this in a relevant manner to your own business. That's what people pay me for. That's what they're paying for. Not just these things I've talked about. So far, anything you feel like rocket science, this thing is like integration and differentiation. No. That's what I sell. People who attend my trainings, that's what they come to get. It is not the core, the content of what I'm giving. It's the simplicity and putting it in a language that you can understand. That Sean, my son there, can understand. That's what. Are we together so far? Or are you lost? We're together. Right. Core societal needs. Remember, the entrepreneur exists to what? To solve society's problems. Now we're getting down to them. If you're running a business, you need to ask yourself, why am I being paid? Why am I being paid? What exactly are they paying for? In the company I lead, Acclaim Africa Limited, we carry out a service. One of the services we carry out is payroll management. We manage payrolls as one of the services that we offer. But payroll management is nothing very complex. It's something very simple that can be done by many people. But there are some who want us to do it for them for the confidentiality. They don't want everyone else to know what they're earning. They are not paying for spreadsheets of Excel. They are paying for confidentiality. So if you know that that's what they're paying for, you guard jealously what you're holding to make sure that not everyone has access to it. It's because that's what they're paying for. If you thought they were paying for payroll management and you have the information, all over, and then it's found out there in the public space, then you don't know why they were paying you And then you'll also succeed in collapsing that business when you don't know exactly what they're paying for. That one is paying for confidentiality. There's some projects that we manage where we get loads of money from donors and we manage the projects, we hold the money, and we pay for a lot of procurements, carry out a lot of procurements for them. In terms of the core skill, it's a basic skill that everyone might have. But this donor wants to have assurance that the money that they've sent out is going to go where they sent it. All they're looking for is assurance. And we charge them nicely to give them the assurance that this money you've given us is not leaving this bank account until there is pure evidence of what it's paying for. It is. They're paying for assurance. They're not paying for the service. So we get the assurance bit, we get something that deals with the assurance and embed it in the product, and we call it fiscal hosting. Or we call it payroll management. Or we call it internal audit. What's internal audit? It's just getting assurance that things are working well, that our money is safe. That's what they're paying for. They're paying for the assurance, but you embed it in a product and name that product whatever you want. You need to be very sure what your client is going to pay for. What value are they paying for? Are we still together? This is like the most important part of what I'm going to be talking about today. If we get it, we're in business. Like, literally in business. Because then you can go back and question your own product and say, is it a mouse that I promised people that when you lick it, you feel good? Going deeper, societal needs. Societal needs are at different levels. What that heart provides is shelter. At one level, someone just wants a house over their head. Shelter. Then there's someone, because even here they were going to sleep. Shelter was sorted. So the next one is no longer shelter. It is a higher level need. Huh? Status. I haven't yet ended. Hey. Fulfillment. There are levels. That, I can guarantee you that person is not paying for shelter. Shelter is not their need. Huh? Shelter is not the thing. So these are needs, wants, and desires. For some, it's needs. For some, it's wants. For some, it's desires. And they are all valid. And people will pay for them at the different levels. They're all valid. Don't say, no, that's not a need. Yeah, for some, it is simply a want. But they will pay for it. Remember, we said there's money in their pocket. And they'll give it to you if you meet something. And for some of them, they just want status. So if you help them meet their status, for some it's a sense of when I go back home, yeah. They ask you, where are you? I'm going to the swimming pool. Like, hey, okay. It's okay. I'm at mine. Yeah, you have a hut, you have a bungalow, you have a mansion. So you need to be very clear about what your product is meeting. Are you meeting the basic need of shelter? Are you meeting a status? Are you meeting fulfillment? What is it you are meeting? Because once you're very clear about that, and you know who has that pain, because it's a pain, for some, it's a pain. It's a pain for Mr. Elon Musk when, he's wondering, my house should have, I should blink and the doors open. Yeah, I should be able to do that and it opens. Why should I have to raise my hand and press a remote for the whole door to open? and it's disturbed. And then when someone, say, when I wake up in the morning and I open my eyes, then the curtains should also just open. They should sense. It is valid. It is valid. And he'll pay for it. It is valid. It is valid. Another one. Anyone seen that one before? If you've been below Kampala Road, hey. What does that? That downtown, you get that? Not Worship Harvest downtown, but you get that? You bite on the edge and do your thing. That's just dealing with thirst, the need. And then this is a bit of status, the whole, yeah? There's a bit of status there, yeah? Yeah, let's get to that. This one you might get at 200 maybe, or 100. They just boil the water. Hopefully. This one, mineral water, bottle, Rinzori, cold and filtered, and then there is that. I mean, who drinks water off a bottle? I mean, it needs to be in a chilled glass, first of all, sparkling, served with a smile. Huh? Sweating. From a sweating bottle. Like I said, needs, wants, desires, Caveira, mineral water, first class service, but all these are valid. All these are valid. Now, one of the reasons why some of our businesses we've successfully collapsed, one of the reasons is at times we mix this up. Just imagine, if this gentleman who is selling these buveras in his bucket began selling those around the Sirena, would they have market? Would anyone buy? They might even end up being carried out of... huh? The reverse is true. What if you go in Chukubo, fast, and for you have your book glasses, or... are you going to get anyone buying? No one is buying. So either way, no one is buying. Why? Because you have developed a product that meets basic thirst, and you've taken it to a market where they're looking for fulfillment. Or you have got a product that you've developed so well. For us, our standards, we have to make sure that our water is served in a sweating bottle and all to whoever we're serving it to. Ours, this is our standard. And you're in Chukubo. Fast, and for you there saying that's our standard. Again, you have a product with an embedded proposition for fulfillment, and you've taken it to people who just want to meet their thirst. And you wonder, why are people not buying? Then we go back to the emotions of the entrepreneur. Business is businessing. Uganda is Ugandaring. The economy. Huh? Tusaba government tuyambe. But what you've done is that you are simply getting something and putting it in a different market where it does not belong. I'm hoping that you're thinking about your business, the one that collapsed, or this one that you're pushing and it's not going. Eh? The one where you're pushing and saying, why aren't they buying? Are you sure they're the right people? But are you very sure even what you're meeting? Is it thirst? Is it status? Is it fulfillment? Don't mix the things up. Do I have a testimony in the room? Someone who has been doing getting one and putting. Yeah. You're there. Please go ahead. Who? Where's the microphone? I want to hear some experiences in the room. Yes, at the back.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elaine. So I think, okay, for us, me and my friends, we're running a perfume business and what. And then for us, we want to buy those nice, dope perfumes to attract people of a certain class who, okay, because they are nice and they smell good, not the ones where you spray and then it doesn't escort you where you're going. But then some of the people were getting, now we're in campus, and that's why we're selling our nice, dope perfumes, what, status, all those things. So now at some point, we were asking ourselves, now should we divide like the market? Because we figured that maybe it's different markets. So we have some perfumes for campus people, and then these ones for middle class, and then the ones for what? And then at some point it was just so hectic. And now, so we're still finding ourselves, but still we want to. So there are those ones who want to do campus, and then for me, there's me who wants to do those big ones, those Zens, and then there's someone who's in the middle, and is that kind of mix?
Yeah, thank you. Very good example there. And again, as you're setting up your business, you begin making your choice of where do I want to play from. So you could be in the water business, and you say, okay, I am going to design a product which is going to be consumed in Chikubo. And this is just how much I'm going to put into it. I won't put labels, I won't put this, I'll just put that. Then I'm going to design another product for another market space, for those who want to see a Rwenzori label on it, and also it's chilled. Then I'll design another product, which is for another market, for those that want full. You could decide to be in all the three, and that's, you segment the different markets, and you serve all of them. Or you could decide that, for me, I'm only going to operate in this particular market. I'm going to be in just one of them. And you're there, and it makes money. There are these ladies who make tea in the big, not so span, the big chiketo, where they put everything. They put the lemongrass and put even the sugar and everything. Mdalasini, every sugar, everything you put in milk, and then it first boils together. And she knows she's targeted her border people at this stage. And that's it. The border at the stage. She's not going to start bringing it on China or whatever. No. It's in these mugs. So that person has chosen, for me, this is my market. And this is my... I may pick off a small margin, but I will pick it off so many times, right? Then there's one who will say, I'm going to be doing this at the Serena. It won't be running like that. It will just be one. But for that one, we charge you for like 10. One. Because you're going to take your water at the Serena, you have passed by the fountains, and someone is playing the keyboard, and in fact, the carpet, you sink in it as you walk, you know. That's all part of what you're paying for. And then you pay for this glass of water, 15K, 20K. This guy is paid 200 shillings, the same amount of water. So dealing with, and something I want to say there as well, dealing with the thirst, that one, at that level, might just be 200, 300 shillings. As you keep going to the other side, the multiplier becomes interesting. But the question is, where are you able to operate in? What tools do you have? The tools you have might be tools that allow you to operate very well here, and not there. Assuming your capital only allows you to buy 2 glasses. Now for you want to operate there. Someone comes and you give them a glass. The third one comes, they're so-called in there using the glasses. It means you're not yet ready. The glasses are still in use. Let's first wash them and get back to you. And people are lining up. Here, the Kavera guy is picking out water. You know, everything comes ready to drink. There was a question there before we move.
Of production, eh? So that's the conundrum I'm facing right now.
So there's something you've mentioned, a very important word you have used called quality. You want to maintain the quality. Now the question is, what is quality? Quality, there is the definition where it says good for purpose, fit for purpose. But then there's a whole big part of quality that is defined by your customer and not necessarily by you. Sometimes you want to use an Uber. Someone can say a quality Uber service is one where you get into the car and there's AC. On a hot day, the windows are up, the AC is working. For some person, that's quality. For another, you want to get into the Uber and go from point A to point B as fast as possible. And for them, that is quality. Fit for their need, customer satisfaction. For a third person, they want to be in the car and without Kaliso Liso on your radio. At maximum volume. For them, then that is quality. For another, do you see that they vary? So you need to know what is quality for that person, for the market that you're serving. What do they deem to be quality? I do recall we were approached by an organization to run a business training for urban refugees. And normally our trainings, because they're very, so I don't consider this a training, I'm kind of presenting, but the trainings are very engaging, people are doing things, trying out a number of things. Normally our biggest class is about 25 people at most, so between 16 and 25 people. They wanted us to train 1,000 refugees. So we broke that into the number of groups, and we said there are going to be 40 groups. And then based on the pricing, we said, we can't make this happen. That is too expensive for us. So, because I could make my way comfortably from there, moving backwards, say, okay, now, in the trainings, the notebooks we're going to use are not going to be branded. Is that okay for you? Say, it's fine. We don't need branded notebooks. Okay, good. Now, we can increase the number of people in the class from 25 to 100, but they all won't ask questions. They all won't have opportunity to ask questions. Is that okay with you? Say, that's fine, works for us. We are making our way from this side, slowly. We are making our way. So for you, you could say, but our training should have our branded notebooks. That's our quality. But this guy just wants to know, how do I start my business and build it? Why for you thinking about your branded what? Notebook. So what we began to do was to make our way slowly until we found ourselves here. The content remained. The content remained. Did we send them, at the end of the training, did we send them each a flash with their own slides and everything? No. Did we give them, all these templates they can go with? No, they were not interested. They wanted to come to the room and learn how to start their business and how to build it, like how we are here, and how to plug the gaps. We found ourselves comfortably pricing it at a quarter the price that we had, and we made a good profit. And at the end of the training, we were able to do an evaluation, and people actually achieved quality, what they were looking for. Do you know your product well enough to know how far? Depending, of course, there are some products you cannot, if it's a Coke, you can't say, this Coke, I'm going to reduce the sugar. No, it's already inside. For some, even the perfume, you cannot say, maybe you could say to reduce them into smaller packs, smaller bottles. Then, since they can't afford the 100 ml, we're going to be selling them in 20 mils. 20 mils, so that they can keep coming back, but they can be able to afford. Maybe you're moving back to this side. Eh? So you try to say, how can I break down my product? If I want to be in the different spaces, how can I break it down in such a way that I bring it back to this side? If that's the market you're trying to serve. But if you decided, for me, the market that I am serving is on the other side, that's also perfectly fine. But you keep asking yourself, are there enough people in that market to be able to to allow my business to be able to thrive? Are there enough in that space? And if they are not, then again, you successfully collapse the business, which we said is good as well. But hopefully you find out why you collapsed it. An entrepreneur is a person who seeks to solve society's problems. We're still on the problems. Are we still okay? We're still fine? I'm seeing the problems, don't worry. Yeah. Now those problems, I've skipped things, processes, people, I've come, develops and delivers the demanded product. Because I've talked about, on one hand, the need of the client. Now, on this hand, we want to talk about that product which is trying to meet the need. Develops and delivers the demanded product. So I'll get into a simple definition there. A product or service. A product is what a business offers the customer to satisfy their needs, wants, desires. We say they're all valid across the chain, right? With an embedded, unique value proposition. Now don't worry, I'm going to unpack that unique value proposition. Those who have heard of it many times and it didn't make sense, today it should make sense. What a business offers the customer to satisfy their needs, wants, and desires with an embedded, unique value proposition. First of all, the word proposition is what you are proposing to your customer. You're proposing is what's going to happen. Value is that which is going to address their specific need, whether it is thirst or status or whatever it is. What value is it you're giving them? And then uniqueness. We're going to talk about that shortly. Product is what a business offers the customer to satisfy their needs, their wants, their desires with an embedded, unique value proposition. Let's first get down to what that unique value proposition is. Put it home. So to come up with unique value proposition, first of all, you need to be clear about what the customer wants or needs or desires. We've talked about that, right? What do they need? What do they want? What do they desire? They need convenience. They need assurance. They need to feel like their problems have gone for a moment. They need, what is it? They want to smell good for today. What is it? What's their need? So we need to be clear about that need, right? The second thing we need to be clear about is what we do very well in as far as that need is concerned. What is it that we do very well? What value do we bring them to meet that need? What value are we able to bring to them to meet that need? You remember mathematics when we did the Venn diagrams? And we did intersection. A intersection B. Maybe some of you had bad math teachers. Yeah, math teachers. I said A intersection B. What did I say? What did I say? A intersection B. So right in the intersection here is value proposition. Is that what you have developed meets the need of the client. It becomes unique when that which you can offer to the client cannot be done as well by your competition. Now it is unique to you. That's what makes it unique value proposition. That thing up there. The bit that is, I know what my clients need and desire and want is, this is the value I can bring them, but this kind of value I bring is something that my competitors cannot easily replicate. There's something, they may, but there are not that many who can replicate this thing the very same way. That is what makes it unique. Again, I'll use my example. Many people run these trainings that I'm doing, yes, but there's something unique about how I deliver my training. Now that gives me a unique value proposition. The more unique it is, the higher the dollar sign. Yep. The more unique it is, the more the dollars you're able to bring in. If you're supplying something that everyone else also is supplying, and it can be found anywhere, forces of demand and supply work. So meaning that everyone else is offering it, and yours is at this price, and the rest are offering at this price, and there's nothing so different about yours, then why should we use yours? I'll just give a few examples. At a claim, we carry out recruitments, for example, on behalf of our clients. But the things that we do, and I'm okay saying them, if other people can pick them, it's okay to be good for the world. But normally when we place a staff into an organization, we've done the recruitment, they've chosen the best, and we've placed them, we try to engage with that person a month after. So we go and engage with their supervisor to ask the supervisor, how is the person that we helped you recruit? How are they? What's the challenge? Is everything going well? Then we go to the person also and ask them, how have you found your time settling into the organization? What are the challenges? Then we get feedback from both, and then we're able to give feedback to both. To say, you know, the environment is not allowing this person to settle in well. If we tweak this and tweak, if you're very clear about your expectations to the person, if you're clear this is how you want them to operate, it will be easier for them to fit in and meet your expectations. Maybe they're not meeting them because they don't have clarity around this and that. And then for this person to say, based on what we know about the organization, it's going to be easier for you to settle into this organization if you do this and this and that. Knowing your supervisor, it's important for them to keep knowledgeable about what you're trying to do. So keep updating them every so often. Find out from them how often they want to be updated. Now, that's not part of recruitment. But it makes us unique. And the more unique it is, the higher the dollar value. Is unique value proposition coming home? It's coming home. HMC, we save our money, HMC invests for us, and yeah. But now they're saying, but some of our people are not able to save. Let us bring them in the room and help them to build and strengthen their businesses. So if you had an option to be in HMC and to be in the other work circle where you are, you'd be thinking, HMC, there's something more. There's something unique about them because they're choosing to invest time in us to help us to learn how to build our businesses so that we're able to save our money in HMC. That becomes unique. What your competition does very well is down this side, so your unique is up here, just up here. And you try to build your unique value proposition. You keep asking yourself, why? What makes mine unique? What makes mine different? What's that I add to it? And shortly, I'm going to show us how to try and build that. Any questions at this point? It's the first time I've introduced a terminology, which I wanted to break down first and foremost. When they say, what is your unique selling point? What's your USP? Now you have an answer, eh? Wait, but what's your USP that you bring to us? Your unique selling point. What is that? You're trying to say, for me, the product that I offer has this, has that, has that. I know most of my competition does this, does this, does that. But for me, I do this and that. again, using the example I was saying of shirts, I sell my shirts, for example, and the other people selling the shirts sell them to you and they say, transport will. But for me, I bring it to your door, ready to wear. What they don't know is that I include like a transport cost in the price. But people just, when you tell them, pay this much, and it will come to your door, as long as you're within 15 kilometers of Kampala, it will come right to your door. You feel like the transport was free, and yet you paid for it. Eh? But all they've said is, at your door. That's the difference. It's making someone, one who says, at your cost, and another who says, we're dealing with it all. Do you see the difference? It's making you unique in how you're just packaging it, ultimately. Question? Yes. Comment, question? Before I bring it into a product.
Yeah, maybe you should just speak about a unique selling point in businesses that are common. Because let's say mobile money. Because you talked about your service being, your business being unique. There are some businesses that are unique by nature, but then there are those businesses that are very many, but maybe also a person needs to find the unique selling point. For example, mobile money. Yeah, maybe you just speaking to the unique selling point, maybe in the most common businesses, because some people may not have the ideas of so many complicated businesses, but the normal thing that they see every day, but maybe they want to get into that.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good question. I will go lower than mobile money. I'll make it even more simply. I'll bring it down to nyanya in the market. You have 4 stalls. This one sells nyanya, and this one sells nyanya, and that one sells. This one here sells 5 pieces at 5K. This one sells 5 pieces at 5K. This one sells 5 pieces at 5. Those of you who go to the market, why do you go to one stall and not the other? Freshness. The lady. You tell us. Give them the microphone. Give them the Give them the microphone and they tell us why. Why don't they just buy from anywhere?
She sees you from a distance, she'll smile, stand up, she's like, customer wasuzotia. And you just feel like she's already welcoming you to her stall. So that's the one you're buying from.
That is a unique selling point. Do you see? That's a unique selling point. I sell airtime. Let's use your example. I sell airtime. I sell it to particular people. Maybe let's say I've built a database of guys who come and normally buy airtime from me. Yeah, maybe they sell airtime. And if I know maybe a pattern, every how often they keep coming here, then I get to a point, send a message. Where is it? Are you ready? You know? So that a person anticipates that my airtime is about to run out. There's someone who delivers water at our place, water in these dispensers. The person has learnt our pattern. They know after how long we're ready to refill. Just before we're ready to refill, the message comes, should I bring? That is a unique. And I'm going to go into that right now. That's what I'm going to break down. You asked the question just before. So let me go into breaking down what a product really is and how we build that into a product. There are 3 levels of any product. Dealing with the 3 levels. And like I borrowed Simon Sinek's 3 circles, the why, how, what, just to define this for us. So at the first level, you have what you call the core product. I know these are a bit technical, but I'm going to break them down. The core product. The core product is that which deals with the real core need we said, the thirst, the shelter, that which deals with that core, the hunger. I'm hungry, I am not thinking whether it is a Rolex or I'm hungry. Huh? So core is that which in that product embedded, it better deal with the real core. I need to move from point A to point B. I need to access another point. Yeah, the Uber is doing that. Before we talk about the music and Kaliso and the water bottle you might give me to drink as we go, etc. First thing is I need to move from here to there. Because it doesn't make sense for us to have AC and everything but in one place. and the water bottle. Not so. Core product, the intangible benefit that is embedded in the product. They feel good. I'm feeling bad. Give me ice cream. I start licking that thing. That's core product. Then what we call the actual product. We call it the actual product because it's a thing that you see. If you talk about a Renzori bottle, it's the thing. The water in the bottle is going to deal with the thirst, right? The bottle itself with its branding and all those things you can put all there, yeah? The thing you see is what you call the actual product. Color, that's where color starts to come in. That's where the branding style comes in, etc., etc., right? Now, when you go to the outer level, the first why, the one is, the core product is dealing with why. Why am I buying this thing in the first place? I'm thirsty. Huh? I'm buying it because I'm thirsty. Then how they're experiencing it is in the actual product. And then finally have what you call the augmented product. Now that's where that lady at the market, Auntie Jangu, we had a guy at the market, once he got to know you gave birth, he'd even give you a chicken. Hey, for him, he's consolidating. He's consolidating relationships. That's augmented product. It's not dealing with a deeper thirst. No, it's not dealing with what you're seeing. It's not the thirst which was being dealt by the water. It's not the mineral water bottle, which is the actual product. It's how the bottle was presented with a smile and checking on you and how your day was today. And may this water make its way down your throat. Safe journey to the water. That's the augmented product. The after sales, the care, the warranty, the terms, etc. So when you think about your product, first and foremost, you need to be sure that it's dealing with the core. Yeah? Remember I told you we're doing payroll management, but for some clients, we're doing it for confidentiality. We just need to be very clear that we're dealing with confidentiality first and foremost, yeah? Before anything else. Then how are we branding it? I told you my friends who they said we don't want your branded notebooks. We just want this knowledge. And that was the core. So, and that's what they paid for. The thirst, the knowledge they wanted about business. That's the core. Then, to try and beautify it, we try to branded notebooks, nice this, come into a nice place like this, pay for this. In fact, that training that we ran for those urban refugees, part of the sessions, we did them in community church. The ones that are made up of Mabati. Did they still get the knowledge of business? Yes. Was it hot? Yes. But did they learn business? Yes, they did learn business. They were at core level, core product. Then we say, no, let's have a nice tables and put. That is getting into actual product. At the end of this training, hopefully someone, maybe, who knows, in HMC will be calling to say, okay, you attended the training. What did you learn? Have you been able to apply it? Has it helped to change your business? Is there something else that is augmenting? That's augmenting the product. Now you will realize that the core product is going to address detailed need. The actual product will now give you the value proposition. But the augmentation is where the unique value proposition sits. That's what makes the Nyanya lady here different from the Nyanya lady there. Unique value proposition. And that's where the money is. Yes. In the unique value proposition, that is where the money is. That's where you are able to sustain the customer for a long period. That's why we begin to talk about customer life value, where you are able to get money from this customer for a long time. There's a concept, let me just talk about, there's a concept of customer lifetime value. What it means is, if I invest this much in getting this customer in and serve them, how much money will I make from them? I talked about a mobile salon. Now, if how often do you go to the salon? Say twice a month, give or take. So you go to the salon twice a month, give or take. You pay 15, 20,000. So in that month, you've paid 40,000, right? In a year, 40,000 times 12, 480,000. Now, one thing about us men, if you have a good barber who is doing your job well, you have absolutely no reason to change. You don't want to give instructions afresh. You just want to go and sit. The guy does his thing, you go away. So for us, we don't have, now today, I want my hair to look like this. Can I catch you somewhere? For us, we don't have that mostly. We just want to sit there. He does his thing, you go away. You know? In a year, we said 480,000. How about in 10 years? 480,000 times 10? 4.8 million, almost 5 million. Now, if this barber begins to view you as a 5 million customer, they relate differently with you than when they see you as a 20K customer. When they begin to view you as a 5M customer, they begin to view it differently. I do quite a bit of shopping. I stay in the Nalia Estates. I do quite a bit of shopping from Senabel Supermarket. And I've been shopping from there from 2010. I computed how much money I have given them on average. Sometimes I walk in there and I say, friends, do you know how much I've given you so far? It could buy a house. Yes. Yes. So how does that supermarket deal with me? How does it treat me, who has given them millions and millions of shillings over the past 15 years? Lifetime. Just now I can walk in there and they don't know me. But the money that I have given them over that period can buy a house. But they don't know me. Unique value proposition. When you give unique value proposition, you augment your service, you can sustain your clients over so many years. You need to be able to track that. Track your clients, track your sales to them. If you're a market vendor, hey, you know, when Onyaba, she comes on Saturday morning, normally at 10. She even knows when you come. So she'll be the first to send you a WhatsApp. Nyabo, is it okay? In fact, I've already put them together. What do I add? Eh? What do I add? Because, oh no, Nyanya normally she buys 2 and then she buys butungulu and then she adds, she knows what you buy. Nyabo, is there anything I need to tweak or it's okay? So when you've not come and you're saying I couldn't come because I'm in hospital, how we can bring them? What about a That is it's not complex, unique value proposition. That's unique value proposition. When COVID happened and they said no movement, no what, those market vendors who had relationships with other people and even had their numbers, made a killing. Sit where you are, it will come to your doorstep. How much does it take for you to get the number of your customer, for example, and you put it in a database? What does it take? And then study their buying pattern. There's a place where we used to buy pizza. We had planned to have a pizza once every week on a Friday. I even told them we'll buy pizza for once a week every Friday. They should be the first to reach out at... Normally we pass at 5 p.m. At 4 p.m. they should be saying, which one? Same? But you would call them, you would send a message, you say, where are you? Like, sorry, we didn't see. But you've seen my pattern. They're not... I'm spending time on this one because I want it to go home. When this one lands home, we can even go home. Because then you've understood very clearly what need your customer has, and you have developed a product, and you're very sure what you're dealing with at the different levels. You know the market you've chosen to work in, and you know for this particular market, I'm not going to add so much to it, but my care, my service, my this will cause this person to want to come back. You demonstrate to the person that you actually care about them beyond the transaction. Augmented product is about relational business rather than transactional business. It is more expensive to create new customers than to retain existing customers. Testimonies? Yes, there's a microphone there. It's here and then back there. Okay.
I'm Rita Echi from Worship Harvest Congo. I have a client. I do mobile salon for women, and I think I'm soon going for men. So I have a client who I got. I'm still in school, by the way, for hair, but I started working in my first semester of hair. So I got a client who, first of all, she always wanted to be worked on in her comfort. She didn't like any pain, no matter what. She would always say, it's not worth the pain, it's just hair. It doesn't matter if it's taking only 2 weeks, it's not worth the pain. So I put that in my head. Now, she's a complicated client, but how I won her, because I started my hair school last year in September, and I started making money in October. These are some of my clients, by the way. So I got her in November. By then, she was even pregnant. So she is a complicated client, and I always would be like, I don't know if I would keep this client.
And didn't want to be in the salon and smell those...
Yes. And then I started small. She didn't know how to take care of her hair, but she wanted to take care of it at home. So I told her, if you want any product, you can reach out to me. I can find ways of getting it for you and bring it for you. Then I started winning her heart, slowly by slowly. Now I started gifting her. That is now how I start. She calls me no matter what. I started gifting her. She said, oh, I don't know how to take care of my hair. I don't know how to sleep. Like when I sleep, I just sleep with it, so the hair takes only 2 weeks. And me personally, I feel so bad when I make someone's hair and it's out in 2 weeks or 1 week. So I bought for her a hair bonnet and I delivered it to her, and I told her, you don't have to pay for it. Oh, you're so kind, you're so kind. In other words, I got to win that client just by having a relationship with her. Then
and you're telling her, even at the time we're not transacting, I'm thinking about you.
Yeah. So after we have finished plaiting their hair, I normally ask, how is the hair? How is it going? One of my clients in the room removed her head. So yes, and then when she gave birth, I legit bought her like baby stuff, and I took for her. So I don't mind like going in my pockets for a few things just to make sure I have that client for myself for quite some time. Yeah.
Thank you. We're talking about augmenting the product, and she's talking about relational business, that I am thinking about you beyond the transaction. We're going to have 2 more, and then we'll take a break. Okay, 1, 2, hey, okay. We'll take 2 more, then we'll come back after the break. Yeah? Yes. Because some people in the room are yawning, and I care about you.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Stella. So as you're sharing, I just went through my work experience. I work with a savings and credit cooperative. And when I had just gone there, I went through that database and realized most members had left. So for most of my time during the first months, I had to call them. A client would engage you for over an hour, in that the airtime they would have given you gets done and you use your own airtime. But as we speak now, most of those clients have come back. There is a client who engaged me for over 2 hours, and I invited him for the AGM. By the time we finished the AGM, he's now our treasurer. But if I had not done that, they wouldn't have come back.
Thank you. Wow. What you've brought out again is customer lifetime value that I might be spending on you now, even maybe a bit more than the last transaction that we had. But what I'm looking at is a long-term relationship and how much I will be able to get from this relationship over the longer period. And that's where part of customer lifetime value comes in. The last person, there was the last one, then we take a break. Yes.
Thank you very much. Magezi Elijah, Washipave Kungu. So after senior 6, I started a business called Early Music School. So I deliver music lessons to your house. I do. But what I value most is the happiness of the child. That, you know, they have this, I am from school, because most of my clients, I teach them while they are coming from school. So after all that fatigue, they need to find a teacher who is joyful, and it's not, okay, it's about you learning how to play, but it's supposed to be fun. So I've got to find that the kids are pressurizing their parents to bring me back, not because of the keyboard I need to play a song, but because of the joy they get when they are learning. Thank you very much.
Wow. Are we learning? Eh? Why I ask for these testimonies, you don't start saying, the things you said were ideal, they're out there, but in real life, what happens? So real life is happening that side, right? I want real life to happen so we can see that in real life, these things actually do apply. We are going to take, how long is our break? We're going to take a 20-minute break, and I'll hand us back to the welfare team, who will take good care of us. And then we'll get back. Is someone going to pray for everyone for themselves? Eh? And God for us all. Here's the mic.
All right. So someone has volunteered to pray for the food.
I'm going to give you my baby class prayer. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Oh God, bless this food that we are going to eat. May it be of nourishment to our bodies. In Jesus' name I prayed.
Amen. So the break is pre-packed. We'll just go table by table and just pick. Yeah. Frank, you are ready? Yeah. So we'll start with which table? This. I don't know sign language. You're going to bring to their tables. All right, so just go table by table. Starting with this table, just pick a snack, come back. Like that, like that.
testimonies to share about their augmentation journey. I had a few who had hands up that had not shared. So we can hear from them as we close that chapter.
Thank you so much. This is amazing. Mine is a question.
Kindly introduce first.
My name is Yvonne. I'm from Kungu. Recently opened up a furniture business. My background is architecture. And so my question is around that. I find that before I entered furniture, you try to do something nice for a client, going down into construction, but because it costs, it's expensive, they would rather cut corners. Say, for example, when you just enter maybe someone who's a building that with stairs, someone would rather break the rule about comfortable stairs to save cement and to save material rather than have something that is ideal. So my question is, how do I get customers in such a business, yet everyone wants to cut corners? They are more comfortable giving fundis the work because a fundi is going to undercoat and later do a shoddy job, but that's fine because everyone is looking at the price rather than looking at, is this thing actually comfortable? Does it work? Is it safe? Yeah, so I find that in where design is related, design, and when design is going to be expensive, I find that people are, it's not working. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. I will take that, though it's a question. I wanted testimonies, and I will have time for questions, but I will take that. I think there is need, one, for clarity on who your customer really is, which customer segment you're serving. Are they looking for a hat? Across the spectrum. So being clear about the kind of customer that you're looking for on the one hand is very important. But two, what this does for you is it throws at you a question. You are into design, you're into creativity, you're into creation of how do I come up with a product, how do I come up with a service that addresses the need and yet is within their affordable means. So part of your creativity is going to be in that particular space. And that may be the unique bit that you bring forward. What is it that I need to be doing in order to create something nice, something beautiful, something durable, something comfortable, something that is fit for purpose, fit for use, and yet is able to fit within their pocket. So it's something you need to be thinking about and find a way to deal with that. In Acclaim Africa, we came up with a product called a Rent a Board. I was thinking about small and medium enterprises that struggle to get people to be on their boards. They even ask, should we even have boards? And they're going to come in, they say boards come and they can sack the ED, the CEO. Won't they sack me from my own business? Won't they want shares in my business? Won't they? And people are very scared. And I was hearing all those things. For me, the person, the entrepreneur in me was stepping up to see this. They need governance. And yet, one, they can't afford to pay a full board. Two, they don't know where to find these people. Three, they don't know if they'll have a good chemistry. Four, so I then formulated something called Rent a Board, where SMEs can rent a board. You have a group of 5 people on your board, expert in marketing, expert in finance, expert in the operations of your own business. So if it's a furniture business, you'd have someone who understands furniture business very well. If it's a school, you have someone who understands education and schools very well. You have someone good at strategy, etc., etc. They have a chemistry because we put them together. We select them individually and carefully for that particular client. And they have no interest at all in in the shares of the business. They won't sack you. Rent a board, even the words are very simple, but it's a very unique product and it's making us some good money and it is solving problems. My question was, how do I get 5 experts into the room for this SME that cannot afford to pay consultants and can't afford to pay for all this, but get them into the room? And I created that. It doesn't feel very innovative, but yes, it is. What is it that you can create to solve that problem? You've talked about cement and cement being expensive. Then you begin to ask yourself, does it have to be cement? Those are the questions you ask yourself. Does it have to be cement? Remember we said, if leaking this thing makes me feel good and we confirm it here, you'll pay for it. Some people who have all these problems, some will take ice cream, some will go and hug their mother or their friend, some will go, there are different things they will do to leave feeling happier than, some will eat chocolate, or whatever it is. Some will go, what is called retail therapy. Some will go for retail therapy. But all those are different things solving the same problem, that I'm not feeling myself. I just want to be a bit of this. Now, don't stick to the ice cream. Ask yourself, what else can take away this feeling this person has that is not ice cream? You find yourself creating something different. I'm just thinking now, we have plastics problems, a lot of plastics everywhere. We don't know where to put them. Maybe is it possible to create something from plastics and it replaces cement? I don't know. I'm just saying. And right there, you come up with something new. So if you're in a market and people need something and people cannot afford to pay for that thing that you have, that's where our mind comes to play, and you begin to think, what other way? Let me look away from, let me not get lost in the product. As entrepreneurs, we sometimes fall so much in love with our product because of the time we've given it to build it. See what I have done to bring it to where it is. Yeah. And you're so in love with it that you're blinded to anything else. You're in IT, you've written code. You've taken forever writing your code and it works, but no one needs it. But you know how many nights I put in creating this code? And it works. It solves 1 + 1 is 2. When you put it in the code, it works. So we get so much in love and attached to our product at times that we are not asking ourselves the question, but why are they paying us again? What need were we supposed to meet? Does it still meet that need? And if it does not, you willingly get... I don't have that session here, but sometimes I include it where a strategic tool where you go through your products and confidently start cutting down products and say, this one, yes, took me time to develop, yes. Yes, I put in this much, but no one is asking for it. I have tried. You first be there. Let's go with this one. As in, don't be so much in love with your product. What you need to be passionate about is whether your product has embedded in it something, a value that is going to meet someone's problem. That's what should be consuming you. Does this thing, by whatever name, still meet that problem? If it does not, face the brutal facts. Have you read Good to Great? Okay, if you've not, please read it. Actually, a very good book. Let me recommend. I rarely recommend books, but Good to Great, good book for you if you're going to do your business. Because there's a chapter that talks about facing your brutal facts. Facing brutal facts. Don't hug I'm a consultant, and sometimes you go in and analyze problems in an organization and you come up with a solution and you recommend it to the organization and they say, no, we won't implement it. We're not so emotionally attached to our recommendations that you think, oh my goodness, now I think, so even start feeling less of yourself. No, you've just given options. They may choose to take it. Even if it's the right one, they refuse, it's okay. And sometimes they come back, actually. So this thing you gave us and we didn't do, we are back. Like, okay, welcome back, but it'll cost you more this time around because now you're worse than you were before. Yeah, because the things which if you had done before, you wouldn't have. Think about our health. Sometimes the things if you had done before, your body would not have deteriorated to a certain level. And now when you go back, you're at a level where the things they have to do are extreme. And so you've got to pay a bit more money. So where I'm going is we need to ask ourselves, the thing I'm dealing with is thirst. I used to work at Coke. And you're dealing with thirst, but we know that the Coke has all those many things people say it has. It has the sugar, it has all these things, but we're dealing with thirst. What do we do? Do you know that Coke now owns Renzori, right? Yes. Hey, he said we are still dealing with what? Thirst. They said, how else do we deal with thirst? I said, Renzori, these guys, let's buy them. And then bring you water. Those of you who are health conscious, we will give you water. Then the Coke will try to see if they can do Coke Zero and see Diet Coke. Is it picking? Is it? Let's get the. Sometimes you go to a supermarket and you find a fridge and it doesn't have the normal Coke and just has this. They're just trying to see if they can entice you into taking it and it has no sugar. Thirst is a thing they want to still deal with, but they're trying to circle around and come up with different things because thirst is the problem, not Coke. You see, So don't think, I do furniture and I do it in this way. Is there another way? Are there different materials we could use which still tick the basics? If it is durability, it is aesthetics, it's comfort, it's all those different things. Does it tick on all those boxes? Yes, in interiors, you would know. So you look at what those things are, and then you create something new and then try it in the market, etc. There we go. 2 more testimonies and I move away from this. I just wanted to get more testimonies around relational business, the unique value proposition, augmented product, people who've tried it in their business, so it goes home, so people can see how to apply it in their different businesses. I'll have 1, 2. Okay, I'll have 1, 2, 3, and I'm only going to ask 4 there because I've not heard anything from that table. So someone on that table, just plan for number 4, and then we shall move on. Yes.
My name is Shida Tosime from Worship Harvest Downtown. What is augmented products, relational business. So I do liquid soap, and I had a database. So I try to check on my clients what's going on. They haven't bought in 3 months. So my client is like, yeah, actually you're calling at the right time, but I don't have money. I said, you know what? I'm going to send to you the product. You will pay in one week. And that client is the best who pays on time. He still recommended my product to other people. Yeah, so it's working.
Thank you. A good example there on how to apply.
Hi, Hilda again.
Yes.
So this is tweaked a bit. It's from the client. So my mom has been doing catering for a long while. So it reached a point where because she wants to get the things a bit fresh, so this she has her suppliers. Time reached and she couldn't do that anymore. Because you send people, you train them, but somehow they don't get the exact thing. So she had built relationships with different people from different markets. So you just call, and then this and this and this, they deliver. Times when she hasn't called, they anticipate, they're like, tumanyi waliye mikolo, so can I give this? What can I add for you? They even add extras. Then I tell them like, is it money? Don't worry, we'll settle that later on. So it's been a relationship over the years that it's not just about transacting. They even get into the family spaces and the other social spaces in case you're having an event. I don't know. They come. Burials, celebrating. So it's not just about the business part. Like, they are known to each other to the point that she has also recommended people to them. And they're like, you want this and this one. Even if she's not around, they'll get served and they're very satisfied and they keep bringing in more. Yeah, so I appreciate the relationship bit.
Thank you. Customer lifetime value. You look at the value of the customer for a lifetime. We had someone this side. Someone at the extreme end this side. Oh, there's a microphone. And then finally, we'll hear from that table and we shall move on. Yes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Neviona Della, Worship Harvest Ruzira. And I wanted to talk about, this gentleman talked about mobile money. And mobile money is a business is almost everywhere. But most people value, okay, your client wants to come, and the fact that you realize that you know their number, just even if it's airtime, and you're like, I'm going to put for you, on your usual number that ends with this. He's like, yeah. He just pays and he's sure that you're going to send the mobile money, it's going to reach them. It is enough for that guy. He just come and he's like, deposit for me this money. Just put on my number, because he knows, you know, he doesn't need to repeat himself. Like clients love it more when they don't have to repeat themselves, their needs and all that.
The little things that matter, right? Interesting. Thank you for that good story and testimony. The mighty table. I need one, and then we move on.
Good morning. My name is Franklin. I work with the HMC team. One of the things that HMC deals in is land. And I'll share about actual product. So there's a time CEO and we're debating two pieces of land. One, if we put in whatever value we need to add and then subdivide it and sell it to our members, a plot would go to about maybe 25 million. And then we had another option where if we subdivided, a plot would go to about 8 to 10 million. So we are like, we looked at our customers and we're like, you know what, as good as this land of 25 million is, and we were emotional about it, man, it looks good, it's in a good place, what? But when we looked at it, we had to go for the 10 million option because of our customers. And guess what? That land was sold out in like 4 months. We had 0 land to sell because we really understood who our customers are and what product we're giving them.
Thank you. Do we see that when we are able to very well match, first of all, understand the pain very clearly, the pain that the client has, once you understand it very well, the need that they have, that, and also match it well with the product that we have, that selling becomes very easy. The sales just start running the way those ones just kept running. Eh? So that's the point. And that's what I wanted to bring out to us is the 2 moments of truth. The first moment of truth is you tell your prospect. And they believe that your product meets their problem. You tell them that leak this, and your problems will be gone. It's like Mumbwa. Yeah, those guys, almost any problem. Hey, when I'm Mumbwa, like, really? Anyway. That when you leak this thing, if the customer believes you and comes and tries to buy from you based on what you've told them, you have your first win that you convinced them. The second moment of truth is that the product actually meets your customer's problem. That's the second moment of truth. When they say, Omo washes whiter than white. First moment of truth, you believe. They even show a demonstration. Then you take it home. And you put your chocolate-soaked top into it. You wash and wash. That's the second moment of truth. You know at what point the customer is going to come back. They come back if the second moment of truth has been sorted. So yes, you can get, and I'm saying this because sometimes you have customers who buy only once and go away. And you're wondering why. Second moment of truth happened. It doesn't do what it says on the tin. Geisha lasts longer and longer and longer. And then, and then like, hey, so does your product pass the second moment of truth? You've convinced them, yes, but after, if they keep coming back, in fact, when you're at this level of your business, one of your biggest sources of revenue you need to keep track should be repeat business. You need to find out in this month, in this quarter, what portion of my business is repeat business. How much has come from people who I served before, and how much is coming from new clients. You want to get, especially when you're starting, you want to get to a level where you push that up to make sure that a good chunk of people buying from you are repeat business or referral business. Because someone refers because they're happy that it's working, right? So repeat or referral. That's one of the things you want to keep tracking. Moments of truth. On the one hand, you have a problem. On the other hand, you have a product. If those two don't meet, ladies and gentlemen, your business is irrelevant. It is hard, but true. If the problem is here, I'm thirsty, and your product comes, lick this, and they don't talk to each other, your business is irrelevant. And for some of our businesses, indeed, they're irrelevant. If your product partially meets, then your business is semi-relevant. And if your product fully meets the problem, then you have a relevant business. And that's the question, which we call the ultimate business question. Is your business relevant? Huh? Hey. Uh-huh. Yes, give us feedback in there. Yes, tell us, tell us. Is your business relevant? Does your product possess the value proposition that addresses the prospect's problem? The prospect is saying, I'm not feeling good. I have all these problems on my head. I want to feel better. And for you, say, I have your solution. It's right here. Lick it. And you'll be fine. It sounds like some churches. Lick this thing and you'll be fine. The relevance of this business will be gone. You had something to share there? Think about, those of you who are running business already, think about your business. And the question, ask yourself that question, is my business relevant? Have I embedded in this product? First of all, am I very, very clear about what the customer is paying for? And many times we don't know. We think we know, but many times we don't know why we're actually being paid. Sometimes you think you know why you're being paid and you actually don't know. They keep paying and then sometimes they stop and you're wondering why they stopped. It's very possible that you don't know what exactly they're paying for. What are they paying for? And remember, it's not your product. They're paying for what your product is supposed to be doing for them. So get clarity around what it is that the product should do for them. You know this is what they're looking for. This product will do it for them. First moment of truth, they've believed me. I've told them lick the mouse. Second moment of truth, they've licked the mouse and it has worked. They feel good. It has worked. And then you go into augmenting the product. Make sure that the mouse is always available to be licked. Any questions up to that point? I spent quite some time there because I think it's the business. I mean, we can talk about systems, processes, all those things, we can talk about them. It's not important to talk about whether I need a laptop or a Sigiri or whatever if no one is going to buy the Rolex. So we first get clear about the business itself, Then we can talk about all these other things, which we're going to talk about next. Any questions up to this point relating to what we've discussed? Shadrach.
How do you know what the client is paying for? What are some of the things you need to do? Or how do you find out? I've seen this problem, maybe I had somewhere, I've thought about the solution, but this is the solution I think will address the problem. Now, how do I understand the real thing? Like in your case, you talked about the thing you are selling is confidence for the payroll system. But how did you get to find out that now it is confidence? Because maybe a customer just walked in and they said, we need you to manage our payroll. So how do the different businesses find out what exactly the customer needs or the customer is paying for, which may not necessarily be the product, like the payroll management. It is not the spreadsheets or all that, but now the confidence, yeah.
Thank you. Very, very good question there. I think one of the best ways is to listen. Listen to the said, listen to the unsaid. It's listening. You said, I saw this problem and I came up with a solution. Many entrepreneurs come up with a problem in their minds. Many times it's in your mind. It's not there. Ask. Ask and listen. Ours is a service-based business, it's consultancy. Even if a client has sent us terms of reference and we've sent a proposal and we have opportunity maybe to do a pre-proposal meeting, we want to ask the questions of what led to this? Why do you want to do this right now? And then a person takes you all the way to the symptoms, the real symptoms of what they're facing. Then you're like, what you've asked for might not really deal with what you're... Yeah, because it's like how you go to a hospital and you come in and say, I'm not feeling well, I need Panadol. Yeah, people do that, not so? Yeah. Now, there is one hospital that is just going to say, how many? This is the price, how many do you want? There is another who is going to ask you some questions. How do you feel? I feel like this. Why do you think you need Panadol? No, I have a headache. How long have you had it? I've had it it's been there since morning. It's been, okay. Is it the first time it's come or has it been coming and going and coming and going? Yeah, now that you say it, in fact, it's been coming and going. Do you feel it more here in the front? Do you feel it a bit here? Do you feel it in the back? Like it's here in the eyes. When did you last check your eyes? You went for Panadol. By the time you leave, you're living with glasses, Right? Now, if you go to that hospital and you buy Panadol and they give you Panadol, and then 2 days later the headache comes back, you go there and they give you Panadol and the headache comes back. Are you going back? Second moment of truth. How do you find out the problem? Listen, probe, get a bit more. Then you figure out there's a problem with the eyes. For now, we're going to give you Panadol to deal with the pain now. But let's check with, the eye people have many names. What are they called? Here, optometrist, ophthalmologist, or whatever. Yeah, go to that op guy. Let them examine and see what's happening. And then, once that clears and the headaches go, they have you for life. Right? Because the second moment of truth got sorted. You listened, you asked, you probed. That market vendor can also keep probing here and there. Kati waliwo zinenyanya, zino, some have different shapes and sizes. Some are good for sauce, some are good for eating, some are good for whatever. You know? For salad, some are, sagala salad. Kubanga get whatever. Now they know. They've captured. So they are not going to put the salad tomatoes in future in your pack because they know for you, this is what salad does to you. Right? Or you tell them, I just like eating salad. I don't like boiling tomatoes. They know which ones to give you. Ask. To get closer to the problem, keep asking. Get feedback. For those who have consumed the product, get feedback. So when you took this Omo home and you washed your shirt that had chocolate on it, did it get clean? You say after 5 washes, like, let's go. I even added Jik and Vim. Then you go back. And then you go back and think about it and say, okay, I need to do something about this because it's not passing the second moment of truth. Ask. Get feedback. When you've created relationships and you have relational business, you build that strong enough relationship to allow you to be able to ask, is it working? Is there anything I can do differently? Is there anything I can improve for you? Or to say, I keep seeing you coming here to the market many times and the kids are disturbing you. Did you stay very far? Can we deliver for you sometimes? Because now I know what you normally. This is my WhatsApp number. You can be sending what you need in the volumes and I just bring to you. Like, Tomani, you don't know how much you've saved me. Ask. You're asking, how will you find out? Ask, because we're not mind readers. Business people should not be mind readers. Let's ask, especially with the smaller businesses. With the bigger businesses, many times you can start, sometimes you get something and you start pushing it down people's throats and convince them it's very nice. Someone convinced people an Apple phone is nice and they pay a lot of money for it. Okay, I know some people here have the Apple phones, it's okay. But what's the phone supposed to do? Call, WhatsApp, send message, and then this one is multiplied by 5. But someone convinced you and you allowed. They had the money. And then they told you when you do this, you'll be in a certain class. Then you wanted to be in that class. Then you bought. Those needs are valid also. But you see, you need to have quite some deep pocket to allow you to keep convincing people that, do you know what? When you buy this phone, you float in the air. And then you buy. So you need to invest quite some money to convince the market about certain things. When MTN came to this market, it had to convince all of us that we needed mobile phones. Because we comfortably let people have their Celtel big, that's big. Some of you were not there. They had the Katitofali, very big phone, which was for a few people. And we were living very well with them with their big phones, and we didn't need mobile phones. Until MTN came and told us, do you know you don't have a phone? You need a phone. And then we believed, but they had to pump in money to convince us. And then we believed, now you forget a phone at home, you first go back. You used to leave home without a phone and it was okay, not so. But now it's like, So this business was for micro businesses. It wasn't for the MTNs of this world. You cannot afford to educate the market when you're starting a micro business. The cost of educating a market is high. So begin with the real felt needs that they have, that they know they can part with their money for. Not the ones where you have to convince them, by the way, you're not feeling well right now. Are you sure? Yes, you're not. You're not feeling... You're anxious. Right now you're feeling anxious, you're not feeling well, and then they convince you that you're actually anxious, and then you buy. All right? Not those ones. Micro businesses, let's first start with, I'm thirsty, I am hungry, I need my hair done, I need to sit here, I sit and the chair falls down. Let's start there. I need to cut my hair, I don't want to go to the salon, someone come and cut. Let's begin there. Then when the pocket is deep, you can begin investing in creating market where the market is not. Make sense? Okay, I want to go to now. Do you have another question? I want to go to building the business. The pillars of building the business. That's table. Hey, you're doing well.
Good morning.
Morning.
Miriam is my name.
Yes, Miriam.
I do snacks and honey. So I have 2 questions.
Shoot.
The first one, how do you handle a consistent client. Okay, they've always been buying, but then a time comes, they want to buy the same product, but at a much cheaper price. They know your product is good, they want to buy from you, but let's say I'm selling honey at 30, but this time they want to give you 20,000. And how do you handle that? Then the other question, you also have these clients. They always buy from me, and this is a male client. But then, apart from the product, someone wants you to have a relationship beyond. How do you handle?
Are we talking business relationship?
I brought that up.
Please proceed. Please proceed. You're protected. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I have got that challenge. Of course, I've tried to be professional, and you tell someone, this is a business, we end here, and someone like, no, what? Those silly vibes they give. Eh?
They say everything you make is good.
Yeah. I don't really. And someone tells you, your product is nice. I want to invest.
Right.
Anyway, those silly vibes, I don't know. And these are really consistent clients, but I feel I need help on how to handle that, because the last interaction didn't go well. I really blasted this particular gentleman. It was not good. The guy didn't want to give me back my balance. And he was really so much heading to that direction. I told him, no, look, here, I'm married and all this. He said, no, I'll treat you better than your husband, that kind of bullshit. So, I don't know.
Business.
Yeah, I just need help.
Thank you. 2 questions there. One question she's asked is about price. You've been selling consistently to a customer, and now they want to continue buying at less, or the economy has happened, and they are projecting the economy back to you, and they're saying economy has happened. What do we do? To the extent possible, you need to look, some proposals, you need to look at your cost profile, you need to look at what it is that builds into your costs and see if there are some costs that you're able to bring down so that the unit price of your sales also is able to, of your products is able to come down at times. But also, you may also want to look at the unit that you're selling to the extent possible, you scale it down as well. I told you I used to like playing with matchboxes. It used to be called double happiness. Eh? It was full. But now when you try to go and buy a matchbox, you can shake it and hear the noise. Eh? You know what happened? The number of sticks reduced. When you shake it, it makes noise. Those days it used not to make noise because they were all compact. They continue selling it at the same price, but making noise. When you go to buy a pack of Lays, it's huh? But if you press and press and press, the Lays are down that side. Eh? So they've maintained the price around where you want it to be, but as inflation happens, they reduce the number of pieces that are. This one goes across the board. Whether even Rolex, the size of the chapati used to be big. It has reduced in circumference and reduced in depth. But the price remains the same. Even when they used to put in, what? What do they put? They put carrots, they put cabbage. Even the cabbage, so you see, you used to put 1, 2, 3. Now you put 1. And then you. So what you're doing is No cabbage anymore. Now it has gone. So to the extent that you can, you begin to scale down a bit of the components. But of course, you have to look at the minimum quality of whatever it is you're trying to produce. So I'm not saying put water in your honey, or put whatever. So there are basics that you want to be able to retain. I'm saying to the extent possible, look at that which you're working with and see. The example I gave you of my training, they wanted it cheaper. I said, okay, no notebooks that are branded. They're like, it's okay. We still take it, I had to look through and see what is it that I pull out of this and still deal with the core. The core still remains. But of course, if it kills the core, then it's no longer a product that you want to serve. In fact, you're cheating people. If you say, come and eat this sponge, you'll get full. And you eat the sponge and eat the sponge, and no. It has lost the ability of dealing with hunger. So you can't get people to eat a sponge. But to the extent that you can pull out certain things, you try that to the extent that it's possible. If it's not possible, then try other things like trade discounts to say, if I'm selling you one, I was selling you one at this price. I'm willing to sell you at that price if you buy 3. If you buy 3, I will sell it to you at that price. Or I can sell that to you, but if you bring me 2 people, who can buy it, I'll sell yours at 20K. So you're trying to get creative to find a way of, as opposed to everything just coming to eat on your cost. So you're trying to get creative and find out how do I best get the most out of this particular thing. That's one. The second one, should I call the pastor to answer it? The second question. It is for a pastor. Boundaries. Very important, even as you're building relational business, to set your boundaries. Set your boundaries so you know how you're operating. I'm a lady and I sell shoes or shirts for men, and I deliver, because I care, I deliver them to their homes. Get your trusted border guy. Let him deliver the shirt. Let him try it on. Take the picture and say, we need a size slightly bigger. Then send the next. Why are you going there? Unless you're also looking for what? So, or go with someone else. Hey. But there I'm going into pastor mode, and I'm not a pastor. So, but set boundaries and try to find ways of being able to build the relationship, still business relationship, but set boundaries that help you to be able to guard yourself. I'm seeing a pastor put up her hands. She's going to answer. Then I go to building the business. Pastor.
They are worth keeping as a
Yes. If they are crossing the boundaries, then because the ethics in business as well. So there are businesses where, again, that was one kind, but there are kinds where someone wants to bribe you or you to bribe them to get business. There are many other ethics issues in business. So when they come up, that's where your value systems come into play. Values, like is defined, is those things that you value, the things that whose line can't get crossed. And if the line gets crossed, then you make a decision based on that. Is it profit at all costs? Okay, building the business. Now I'm going to go into the pillars. The pillars of building our business. And it's actually dependent on the definition of the entrepreneur. The foundation of why I'm building the business: prospects, products, process, people, property, partner, price, governance. When you have these things running well, fairly well, and they're in place, you're going to close less businesses. You're going to close less businesses. Eh? Remember my definition of an entrepreneur. I said an entrepreneur is a person who seeks to solve society's problems by putting in place the right processes, people, and property, working with the right partners, developing the demanded products, seeking to make a good profit. Yeah? So many of the items in that definition actually come in through here. This model is something I have used for running my business. I've used to help clients as well, and I think it fairly works very well. They're very strong pillars. I'm very clear about the purpose of why I'm doing this. At the top, I'm very clear about governance. Now you'll ask, but I am one person starting my micro business. Can I afford governance? Can I afford to have a board of 5 people when I'm one? Board 5, you 1. Governance is at different levels. You start off with having friends, right? You start off with having friends who are your advisors. 2, 3 friends. You're starting your business, you're going to build and get to a point, and then most of us start and then we formalize later, right? Then you go into your A and USB, etc., right? But you've started somewhere. As you're making your way, start getting counsel, start getting wisdom. In your phone book, have friends. Have a friend who's an accountant. Have a friend who's good at marketing. Have a friend who's good at the law. Have a friend who's good at tax. Have them in your phone. Let them be your friends. As in you are very intentional about building these friendships. Invest in those friendships and then seek advice from these people. Building all the way towards when your business will grow to getting, say, a board. But you just need counsel. You need people to pass something around. Someone else maybe in the same space with you, just want to have a chat. How do you do this? How do you address this? I'm facing this, I'm facing that. Something in finance, I received services at ura.io.io. What do I do when I receive that email? Things like that. Have those. So prospects. Prospects are your client, your prospective clients. You have to be clear about who it is that we want to serve, what are their pain points, etc. Then you develop a product which you serve to your prospective customers, right? The processes are the question someone asked there. What are the routines? What are those things we do from a time, someone said they bake, from the time that I start with a pack of flour and sugar and butter and all, to the time that the cake is ready for eating. What is the step-by-step process? We need to have them, and then at some point we need to start documenting them very simply as you're working your way towards building a sustainable business. So that when I'm not here, someone can go through some of the steps and maybe I will complete the process. You start mixing, doing things. When I come in, I'll do this and I'll put in the oven. Because the steps are very clear. So you know your prospects and what they need and their pain points. You've developed a product that meets their need. You've put in place processes of how to deliver this. Then you think about the people that you're going to need to carry out this work. It might be you. We talked about delivery. My border guy who is going to deliver, that's part of the people you're going to work with. They could be your staff. They could be partners. What property am I going to need to do the mixing, to do whatever? What are those things I'm going to need? Partners. And then prize even comes at the end. It is the reward to the entrepreneur for running their business, starting their business, for sweating, for crying tears, for going through doubt. You go home with something. I want to say this even before I end. Please remember to pay yourselves from the business. I'm going to go back to the beginning, but I want to say this if I forget. Because if your business does not pay you and you think you're only building, it will frustrate you and you begin to say, why did I get into this thing? You need to be able to pull out something, so that you can. It can encourage you. Be encouraged by your business. Otherwise, you say, last year I invested, this year I invested, the other year I invested, nothing is coming out of here. You start looking at the business, it's looking at you, and your emotions, and between you and the business, are becoming. Yet you are the administrator of this thing, and you can plan it in such a way. We have someone who does profit first, right? Okay, I'm going to go through this in detail, but before that, there's a rope that ties all those things. What do you think that rope is? Purpose is at the bottom, it's the foundation. What do you think that rope that binds all these pillars together is? Systems, I'll put them in processes. And what do you think? Any other? Culture and values. They're the soft, unwritten, unsaid at times, but that help you make decisions. Which prospects am I going to be working with? My values come into play. The product I'm going to come up with, my values come into play. Because I could make you eat a sponge, and I know it's a sponge, and I know it's not food. Because my values, I don't care whether you eat a sponge or not, or whether it's bad for your health. My values come into play at the point of that. The processes I put in place, are they skipping certain key core steps? My values come into play. The people that I'm hiring and dealing with and working with, my values are coming into play. Property, who am I partnering with? Do we partner with people that have shared values? etc. So I want to go through these in detail. I'll ask that management shares these questions with us. But just a few questions we ask ourselves in each of the pillars. I want to do that, and then I want to get into QA. I want to spend some time in QA. So prospects, some of the things we've talked about, I just want to bring them down. We ask ourselves, who are our target customers? Who am I targeting? When I'm saying who, I'm not just asking for a name. Who I'm trying to profile. It's this person who is working in Chikuvo, is carrying mattresses, fast, and is thirsty, so they need at some point a water that is close to them, that's accessible to them. Then you begin to think, now I know I have clarity about who they are, and you begin to develop your product around that. So I'm not going to bring them the Serena sparkling water, no. I'm going to be bring close to them. So as you begin to think about all those things, you need to be very clear about who your target customer is. What are their specific needs? We've talked about this. Needs, wants, desires. What are they looking for from us? Where I said ask, get feedback. What is their pain? Or what do they look to gain? Maybe convenience or whatever it is. These are questions we're asking ourselves about our prospects. Okay? A very question here, is there a sufficient market in the targeted customer segment, or is it crowded out by competition? The thing I'm trying to do, is it being done by everyone else that there is nothing more for me to add? We're all fighting for a Kaletu cupcake. Or is there a big cake where each one of us can eat something and the cake is still available? Or if it is saturated, then you start thinking about the unique value proposition. When I get in, what will I bring in to make it different? How do I best reach them to inform them about my product? How do I best help them to buy, persuade them? How do I persuade them to buy from me? These are questions that we need to ask ourselves. Again, I'm just going to share this at the end. We can take pictures, yes, and we won't go through them. Normally, we can go through these. So normally, if I want to have this session as a much longer session, then we go through this. I give you opportunity to go through these questions for your business. We feedback, then we go to the next. But we won't be able to do that in the interest of time. That's prospects. Then you go to product. There are many questions, but I'm just going to ask one there, which is the key question. Have we embedded in our products the value proposition that addresses the felt pains or desired gains of our target customer? Does the product deal with the pain of the client? Deeper questions can go into how do I want to augment it, how do I want to make it different, etc. All those things can come, but this is just the question I put here. I didn't want to put too many questions for each of these. Like I said, I'll share this. Next is processes. What are the key core processes that we follow in delivering our products to our client from the time an order is received to the time the client receives a service? It's very important for us to very easily document those. You can use a flow chart, you can use bullet points, you can use something simple. It doesn't have to be very complicated. Just one of the reasons you do that is to help you have a level of consistency in delivering it. This is how we do this process. Yeah. But two, it begins to help you to be able to work with and through other people. You know which point to give to someone else. Huh? This is the process we take to do this thing. I can ask someone to help me with that. With that, I come in here. They help me with that, and I come in at this point. It doesn't have to be complicated. You don't even need to bring a consultant. Huh? Think of the Rolex guy. Does he need a consultant? He knows the time of the day when he starts. First of all, he knows when you guys are going to pass by going home. Eh? The Rolex guy doesn't work from 7 a.m., 7 p.m. No. At some point, they put water on the whatever, and then it goes down. Then they wait. Then at 3 something, they start. I've studied these guys. I've studied the maize guys along the roadside. I even talked to them. The sugarcane guys, I've studied all of them, and we've talked. So many of the things I'm saying, when I told you the reduction of all the things, we've talked. So I know what they do with their business. How does it start? Do that. Do the mixing, roll, leave them there, let them there for a while. He knows how much time he needs to leave them for a while, so that when he does the chapati, they'll raise a bit, raise nicely, gives them some time. What are those things he does? Then he knows, not to burn my charcoal too much. All that time, the charcoal is not on. Yeah. Then does this thing. At this time, it's peak time. Many people are buying chapatis as they're passing by, going back home, bachelors, and Rolex and whatever. So by X time of the day, I must make sure that my stock of ready-made chapatis is this high. So as they come, I'm just doing this, take them. Might I need 2 cigarettes at that point, where this one does this and does that? Okay, now they're property. But what are those support processes? The core ones are the ones of what I do. This support are like finance, what do I need? Again, simple things. I don't want to spend so much time on that.
And for some reason, they want me to charge them for as low as 20,000, something that I could do at 50,000. And the thing is, I'm just supporting you. You're just beginning. Yeah, that is actually what happens on ground. But he told me, ask that friend of yours, do you want to see my business prosper? And if you're to go to another salon that is going to charge, are you sure they are going to charge you? Or like that specific thing you're selling, are you sure wherever you go, you're going to get it at that price that you want me to give it to you at? And now that is when you know, for like the circle you are in. Is it a circle that is going to support you or help you grow? Or you need to change that circle as fast as possible? Because the people around you will help you grow or they'll bring you back down. Yeah, that's what
Thank you. A very, first of all, let me begin. Let's start where we are. Can we all commit that when we're buying from friends, we shall pay them extra? Yes. Not even less, but extra. Because when they call you for a wedding meeting, you go and you contribute anyway. Yes. So why now not in the business? Eh? If I'm charging 50K, give me 60, eh? Right? But I think what she said is very important. Again, if it's a good friend and a real good friendship, I mean to say, look, I would want to give this service to you, but it will break my business? Would you want my business to break? Or they see another way. Say, okay, if I'm to give it to you at 20, me, I like the 3 people. Bring me 3. Bring me 3 people who I am going to charge at the other price. So that it can, it's like a marketing cost. Hey, since you're my friend, you bring me like 3. Me, I'll charge you 20K. So it becomes commission. There's a sense in which they're also earning it. Right? Please, let's be good friends. Now I'm putting on another hat. Let's be good friends. Let's be good friends. Let's support our friends' businesses. When they give you a price, say, let me add in some more. My investment in your business. Not, you're going to discount half of the half. Do you have another question here? Okay, I have another question here.
Thank you for teaching. I will start by saying I wish I had enough time. All right, my first question is, I believe you have had doubts in your life. And how do you deal with consistency? You know, after here, we are all having that fire. Let me do this, let me do this. How do you actually keep the fire burning in your businesses? Like you move because like you keep moving up. Then another question is, which personal systems have you built to keep productive? For example, you showed us, it was a whole book when you showed us what you do, the qualifications, the businesses. Like, which systems have you built on yourself? Because you are dealing with shepherds who are having MCs, some are pastors, some have businesses. So how do you keep productive in all those spaces? Which systems? And you keep the happiness. Then the last one, because of time.
I hope you remind me as we go Q1, Q2, Q3. Okay.
The last one is, sometimes you can get a client, then you get more other clients. Now this client, you would like to introduce another employee to work instead of you, and you want to deal more with administrative work. Now, how do you convince that client with this new employee? They have never met them, but you are trying to convince them. And the line of business, I mean, is that you are in the space of their children. So they start being emotional, the children, what? So how do you deal with that? Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very good questions. You're going to start with the number one. Number one was? Consistency. Yes. As you deliver consistency. Consistency is very interesting. Sometimes you think consistency is same level, same energy, same everything. Not necessarily. Today when I came here, my body was breaking. I was not feeling well, but I had to show up. I had to come. I came not at my very best, but I showed up. I still came. And that is still consistency, yes? Consistency can be this. But you're moving. What is key is keep moving. Do a little at a go. Put in something. Put in something. Just put in something. Let that month not pass. At least save 5K at least. If you haven't made it. You've planned you want to be working out for 1 hour every day, and today it has jumped. Do 5 minutes. Do 5 minutes. And it's okay. Oh, stretch only, eh? Stretch, and you say, for today, I have stretched. So for me, consistency is not that you're always up there, you're always running, no. It's, I am committed to this process. Even when I'm not feeling like, I'll put in with a little energy that I have and run with it. And who knows? I'm a lot more energetic right now than I was when I came in. The energy picked up as I went. So consistency is just keep doing, and consistency compounds. Keep doing a little at a go, a little at a go. Don't say, I have 500 clients, when am I going to reach out to them? Reach out to 5. You say, at least I've talked to 5. I've started. 5 is more than 0. So my encouragement in consistency is that. And there are going to be times when you're not able to do it, and it is okay. An entrepreneur is a person who has feelings and emotions, whose body jams. You're getting up and the body refuses. A client calls and like, this time, it's okay. Let's let it go this time round. It's normal. It's normal. But and that's why I began with, when this is the foundation, when you're purpose-driven, you will find that these are just going to be hiccups in the journey. It's just a hiccup, but it won't stop me. My journey will continue. I may pause a little to re-energize, to get the energy back, but I'm coming back. If you're purpose-driven, you know what it is you're trying to achieve. What was running in my mind, in my bed this morning was the people in the room and online whose lives could be impacted but might not if I decide not to come. That was purpose. That was purpose. So for me, if you're purpose-driven in what you're trying to do, you will be able to go through all the things. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. He will renew your strength even the times that your strength is giving way or your motivation to do something is giving way. He will renew that. But also, ask of him, what would you have me do at this point? Ask of God, he's willing. What would you have me do at this point? In my situation, in this, how can I still live according to the purpose of what you've called me to achieve? So that's what I would say to your question 1. Question 2.
Question 2 was your personal systems you have built.
Okay, to keep personal systems to be productive. One of the things I do is I protect my time. Yes. I protect my time. There are time slots that no one has access to. For me to be able to give to the world, I need to be able to build myself enough, to give of myself, to give into myself enough to be able to give to the world. So one of the things is I protect certain time zones, certain times. So-and-so wants to reach out to me at this point. I'm like, no, you're not at this time. Certain times of the day, certain times of the week, certain times I'm with my kids playing at home. I have time to play with them and talk to them, have fun and have what. But I protect my times. But I also know, I've looked at my day and figured out my best and most productive parts of my day. When I work best, when I'm most productive, I know, for example, between 5 a.m. and 11 a.m., I am my most productive. I can do something in 1 hour that I will do in 3 hours in the afternoon, in the morning. That's why when you call me for a meeting in the morning, I say no. Alfred, can you have one at 10? I'm like, let's make it midday. Now you're getting it. When I say let's make it midday, I know that it's in my time, which is now I have been able to achieve. Most of the work I do, even at Acclaim, most of the work that requires my thinking between 5 and 11 is done. So I can do a lot of other board work, I can do a lot of work in other spaces because the time that I needed to be at my very best and most productive, I've used it right. And I've been able to try and pass that on again to our staff as well to say, get to know when you work best and use those times. There are people who work best at night. So we say, fine, go do your work at night as long as you deliver it. So we become output-based rather than time-based, that you must work between 8 and 5. I can tell you that has helped me a lot, for me. And this didn't begin now, it began all the way back even in school. Sometimes an afternoon lecture, a math lecture at 3 p.m., I'll tell the lecturer, can I go and sleep? Seriously. Can I? Because we are both lying to each other. You're lying to me that you're teaching, I'm lying to you that I'm paying attention, but I'm actually not. So if I know the topic you're teaching, I'll go to the book. Which book? This book. Yeah, I think I'll pick from there. And I would go. Even when I began working as a new worker at one of my first jobs, very fresh, 22-year-old. I'll tell my supervisor, you know what? It's 3 p.m., but I'm not here. It's best that I go home, but I can promise your work will get done. The second moment of truth would pass, and the work would get done. And they trust me to do my work. So that's one, being able to protect my time, being able to know when I work best and try to do most of the work I can do in those spaces. 3, have a good support system with my family. My beautiful daughter is there, my only daughter. Yeah, Sherry. Yeah, I'll spend time with them. I spend time with family quite a bit to re-energize myself, to help me to be able to be available to give back to society. Question number 3.
Question number 3 was convincing the client to receive the new employee.
Yes, that's a good one. So as you're building from micro and you're going into SME and you're growing into the larger entities, that happens a lot. I mean, now for me, for example, you've said you're training children in music and all that. Mine was consulting, and people were specifically looking forward to my delivery. So my role is to build confidence of the client in my staff and to build the confidence of the staff that they can actually deliver. So if I'm doing something like this, for example, and I've had many trainings, for example, like this that I've passed on to other people, and they do either as well or even better at times, they will, we said processes, Processes. For some of our public trainings, we have developed session plans to a last detail. At this point, you will ask this question. And then when they answer, you will do this. You will distribute these placards like this. After they look at them and answer, you will cheer them on. And then you bring this back. Pose a question like this. That's how the session plans are. That's how I've written them. That's writing the processes. Then I will come and deliver this, and the staff will be seated at the back there, reading through the session plan. What is it doing now? He's doing this. What is it doing now? Oh yeah, it's coming home, it's coming home. The next time I do this training, and there are 4 sessions, they will do session 1 with me there. I'm in the room, so the client is confident I'm in the room, right? And I'm patching up the things that are not coming through well, yeah? The next training, they will do session 1 and session 2. And I'm there. The next session, they will do 1, 2, and 3. I will do only the 4th one. The next one, they will do 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I'm there. The next one, I won't appear. And I'm just waiting for the evaluations. And at some point, the client stops even calling me. They don't want to see me anymore. Because someone else is able to do that. So it's a mentoring process. You mentor, you handhold, you're mentoring this person. What am I doing at that point? I'm building the confidence of the staff. But I'm also building the confidence of the client, because there are things we have even pre-agreed we shall be discussing, and this staff will make mention of during the meeting or during the... And then the client feels like, this person seems to have this thing. I think they got it. Then over time, I keep stepping back, and stepping out. Sometimes I cause pseudo emergencies for those who feel like, I can't do it. I'm like, yeah, we shall go together. And then the time comes like, you know what? Can't make it today. But you're ready. Go for it. So it's a process. So you get to a point, and this person can bake as well as you can, or even better. And then after following those steps, then I tell them, now apply yourself to it. You followed the step by step as it was. Now bring your own self to it. Bring your own creativity to it, because you know why we're doing what we're doing. And then they begin enjoying a lot more than I could be able to give as well on my own. So for a service business, you're going there, you're going to play with the kids, go with the person. Let them watch what you're doing. They first watch you. Let them watch what you're doing. After a while, let him handle just a little bit of the session. You're there, and the client is getting confidence in you and in them. And then over time, you get an emergency. Right. Is it helpful? Yes. I'm hoping the questions answered for other people are also helping other people. That's why I wanted this session to work. All right, right here.
Okay, I was actually here wondering how Sinable Supermarket retained you for 15 years. So how do I retain clients apart from the database and calling them? How will they come back with my product that is on, the product that has, how do I say this? Okay, competitors, yeah. These clients, we have built a relationship, but they are competitors in the market. So apart from the database, how do I retain them?
Thank you. First, I'd like to say it's okay to have competition. Even them, they're God's children. They're also praying for God to provide opportunities. So it's okay for there to be competition. For starters, they're not our enemies. It's okay to have competition. And one of the things I normally say as well is, if every organization came to us asking us to serve them, who would collapse? If they say, you've told us now, we like your second moment of truth, we've all come. If all of you guys came in my inbox, I would crash. Right? So I need competition. I need people with whom I can serve to meet the needs of everyone in the room. For starters, it is okay to have competition. In fact, in the consulting world, I have helped to even create competition for myself. I have trained consultants, other consultants, on how to do their consultancy well, because it's purpose-driven. There is a need for businesses to be helped in a certain way. So I'm helping other consultants to help where I can't help, where I can't reach, for them to be able to reach there. Maybe it's also kingdom mentality, right? Not poverty mentality of, my goodness, this client goes, I'm dead. If you're meeting a need and the need is still there, you're going to be fine. So what I would say is, some things that your competition may not then be able to do is they can't build a relationship. They cannot mimic the relationship that you have with these clients. And if you've built it strong enough, you're able to get feedback. If they need to improve, you're going back to the same client. What do I need to tweak? In a way, this client has also is vested. They've also been investing in this relationship. So when they move to someone else, they also struggle through the processes of the change to someone else. So build your relationship and your delivery to the client in such a manner that there are what you call high switching costs. A person feels like, you know what? To move to someone else, my person has their problems, but it's okay. Now, that's what you need to be working on building. You know that stuff in your organization, sometimes that you want to release, you're like, but I know their performance is not up there. But there's something about them. Build that with, you build that with. Ultimately, I would like to say, let's care more about our clients than we care about the product. And let it be genuine. As in, we don't need to act. Don't be fake. Honestly, care about the client. When you're seeing her, you've plaited her hair, and 2 weeks it's out, you're thinking, I promised a month, and 2 weeks it's out. Let it disturb you. Not that, they paid my money. As in, let that disturb you, and think, what is it I need to do? Is it materials I used? Is it? Is it something about their hair type that I may need to apply some of this more to so that maybe they can stay there longer? How do I help them with maintaining it so that... I seem to know these things, I have a daughter. How do I make sure I do it? So it's things like that. It's building a relationship. And as you build that, you'll have enough of those to deal with. There will be people you're going to serve. And if ultimately there is no more need for your business, there's no more problems you're solving, then you create something different. Make sense? Last one there, and I continue moving to this side. People, media team, I'm also coming to you in the question from the media. Yes.
Thank you, Alfred. My name is Fiona Atim from Worship Harvest Downtown. 2 questions, but one has been answered. So I'm in the travel industry, and so there are seasons when there's peak and then there is low. Question is, how do I improve or manage cash in the low seasons when there's not so much travel? Yeah, thank you.
Good, another good question. There's seasonality of businesses. There are businesses that are seasonal, many actually are. There's some which are constant. If you take milk, you take milk. But there are some businesses that are seasonal, so what do you do during seasonal? One of the things I'd encourage you to do is to look at your asset profile. Are you sweating your assets? By sweating assets, are you getting the most out of that asset? If it's a school, which has 3 months, and then there's a holiday month, what is happening in that holiday month? You have an asset, and what's the asset? Maybe you have a building, maybe you have these teachers who are a resource of this, maybe you have this. So you ask yourself a question, what can I do in this off-season using the assets that I have to still be able to provide maybe different value, maybe to different people, right? So you're thinking about using, I recall when COVID came, the people that used to deliver clothes to me, who would come and deliver clothes to me, who I used to buy from and they deliver clothes to me. What the asset they had was the ability to bring something from downtown and bring it to my door. That's the asset. What did they start doing? Delivering everything. Food, what? Because they know what we do well is delivery. We deliver things from point A to point B. So they first stopped delivering clothes because clothes were not essential, but food was essential. They began delivering food. Using the same motorcycles, using the same asset, but now you're sweating it, offering different value to plug up those seasons. For tourism companies, for hotels at times, again, low season, that's when they say, Ugandans say, hey, come. Instead of having beds that are empty, come at this price. When these other guys come, we shall charge them $200. You guys come 50, 50, 50, 50, over and, you come in and you're able to make that. So you need to try and see if you have trucks, if you have vehicles that you use and there's low peak, how can the same vehicles be used to add value, offering different value maybe to a different lot of people, which you're able to come back when you're back on season. So you try to even out. But the final thing is make sure during peak season you get enough money to take you through off peak. Because sometimes there's some businesses where you just can't do much with the season. You can't do much with the off season. So what do you do during that time? Make sure if you're in coffee or you're in agriculture and you have a season of harvest, that when you harvest and sell, the money that you have will take you through the months that you need to plant and weed and water, etc. Make sense? Sound. Media.
Hello. My name is Aaron Okiro. I bring you greetings from our location, Pastor.
Thank you.
Pastor Ari. Yeah, I just want to speak on to that, don't rush to write off customers that don't pay. I can testify to the fact that one of my suppliers lost me a client, but now he helps me save more money and he makes me more money. So, but then it looked like a bad loss. But I stuck with him. So I got to know what he was going through. I think his wife had complications giving birth, and his financial situation changed. So I was like, okay. So I decided to also help him out in that situation. So recently I was also facing a challenge. I needed to deliver something and I didn't have the money, and he helped to cover everything. So yeah, sometimes it takes faith. So instead of writing them off, try and understand why isn't this person paying. Or cover the loss. Sometimes you lose to gain more. So I lost then, and I'm gaining more now. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Caring for your customer more than the transaction. Yes. This table, yes. Yes, please go ahead. No, it's off. You can use this one.
Thank you. I'm Diana Nalwoga, Worship Harvest Gaza. Thank you for that presentation, Alfred. I've learned a lot. I have 2 questions. I'm one of the people who have collapsed a number of businesses.
Congratulations.
Hopefully that next won't collapse with this knowledge. But through that collapsing, I learned the different areas where I was lacking. For example, the product at some point wasn't delivering the value. There were issues with processes and then location. And I thought I had worked out all that. And it did improve. But one area that has eluded me is partnership. So I have an 8-to-5 job. And with this side business,
When we come to management, I earn as that. When we come, we earn as that. Because we've defined. Make sense? All right. I want to move a bit faster. I just want to make sure that when we're done. I'm continuing. I'm coming. I'm really coming at you. Here. I passed that table. I'm now this side. Yes.
Thank you, Alfred, for the knowledge that you have.
Finally, someone calling me Alfred. Thank you.
But you've asked us to call you
Thank you.
Alfred.
Not Sir Alfred. Yes, go ahead.
Actually, you've answered one of the questions that I was going to ask about partnership. To put in context, I'm in different things. I'm a pharmacist, so I supervise pharmacies, I train staff, and one of the business actually I want to also start is consultancy, like what you do in clinical care, like different pharmacies, just showing them how to do customer service, how to consult clients. Like the example you gave where someone comes with a Panadol and they're like, let me give you the Panadol, without actually going through, the whole consultancy thing. So you've answered part of that. In terms of partnership, there's this business that I was going to start with my brother. I'm into cupcakes. It's actually something that is a passion. Not really the pharmaceutical part, yes, but it's something. Baking is something that actually makes me happy. So that part of pricing, like value, he's an MD in a coffee company. They supply coffee, like ready-made coffee, like these coffee dispensing machines to different companies. Now, he actually invited me in the business to provide its. Now, the issue was pricing, like what value, like how are we going to divide the profits, So you've explained to me, like you've broken it down, like as a shareholder, director, management, and stuff. Now I'm more of like the technical person, like doing the deliveries and baking and all that, but for him it's just introducing me in the company. So it's like he's housing my business to be able to. So it's the question comes to, I think what I need to know is the figures. Maybe, the figures. Like how do you, like right now I only get, I get about, like the margin is like 56% just with my own business. But now if I'm bringing in another partner as him, and now this is a bigger company, he has his own staff. He has his staff that supplies coffee to different people in the offices. They also need to get paid. So it's that thing that I'm kind of struggling with on, like, how do I put value in the services that he's providing as a partner? Second question is margin, profit margin. On average, I think this is like for most all of us in business, how do you know if this business is worth taking on based on the margin? If it's at 20%, if it's at 10%, is it wasting my time? Or like what is the average margin that you have to say, okay, if I'm earning 20%, then I can still go on. If it's 10, if it's 15, it's not worth it. So what is the actual average margin that could motivate us to stay in business?
Right, thank you. Very, very good questions. Very similar to questions that come in the School of Practical Business. The margins vary by industry. There are some industries that have very, very thin margins, and then there are those that have some sizable margins. So I can't really just give one figure at the moment, but different industries have different kind of margins. And I'll give an example. For example, in the financial services industry, in financial services, their margins are pretty high. You keep your money in a bank, and they give you 2% or 3%. Okay, 2% maybe on your savings account. And then they get your money, and they lend it to someone else at 25%. In fact, the 2% they give you, they even take it in bank charges. A moment of silence. So you find that the banks have then a larger margin. Of course, then they'll have to meet certain costs and all that imposed on them by BOU and all. But that's why you'll have Stanbic Bank having 500 billion profit after tax and things like that, because the margins are pretty interesting. And then you have businesses that have very, very, very narrow margins. What I recall is like the airtime business. Very, very thin. 4% or something like that. And when you mess up something, then it's like you've really lost quite a bit of your capital. So it depends on the nature of business that you're in and how willing you are to invest in that business. But for you to choose a particular margin, sometimes we look at bond rates in the market, for example. You ask yourself, if I had 10 million on me, and the bond, how much are the current bonds rate lately? 16, 15? This table should know. Bonds. Huh? 16%. So if I had 10 million and I put it in a bond and I get 16% and compare that to getting the 10M and I sweat and get 5%. So you start to think, should I put it in the bond or should I put it in this business? Meaning it needs to give you a return that's way more than what the bond is giving you. Of course, the margin, now let's give an example. If you're baking, yeah, you're baking, but you're going to keep turning that over many times, yeah? So there's a margin the 16% you're going to get from the bond is per year. So 16% of 10 million is, say, 1.6 million, right? Now, you may not get the whole 16%. You may get a small percentage this month, but you reinvest the same. You're investing the same, make the cycle sell, and then you invest. The margins are little, but when you put them together at the end of the year, you find that you've made 200% or something like that. Think of a person who buys a loaf of bread every day and sells it. They buy it at 5K, okay? And they sell it at 6K. Think of that. Tomorrow, they go back and buy one loaf at 5K and sell it at 6K. Day one, they'll make 1,000. Day two, 1,000. Day three, 1,000. After 30 days, they've made 30,000. After a year, they have made 360,000 off a 5,000 that they've been over and over again. So 5K led to 360K. Now that is why for such people, even when rates of interest were being changed by government saying you're lending too high, this person doesn't understand. You charge me 100% if you want. That person will say, you give me 5K, I'll pay you 10K. That's 100%, right? Because I'm making 360K, I can easily pay you your 10K. 5 plus 5, I can pay you back the exact amount you gave me times 2. I can afford. Why? Because I'm doing this over and over again. So for them, it wasn't a problem. It was just a political problem. But it wasn't a problem to them. They will borrow. They know I'm going to turn this thing over and over and over again by the end of the year. In fact, end of the month. I have enough to pay you plus your interest and everything, and you'll be fine. So you'll find a money lender that is lending you at 10% per month, and you're gladly borrowing from them because you can pay them back. Because you're able to turn that money over and over again 30 times in that month. So you need, before you come up with that rate, you need to be able to work out how you turn over. To turn over is, I buy my flour, I make my cakes, I take them and I sell them. From the time I buy flour to the time I get cash back in my pocket, what cycle is that? How long does that take? If it takes, let's say, 5 days, it means I'm able to repeat this thing 6 times in a month. That cycle. So then I'm able to know how much profit did I pick off in that month. They might have been little, but they were happening over and over again. So the margin you find is actually much bigger than the bond, than even real estate, than even whatever. The thing about micro businesses, the rate of return you can get can be in hundreds of percentage points. Because percentage points are measured per annum, per year. You can get in 200, 300% profit. That's when it makes sense to say, you know what, you guys, you go to your bonds. Me, hey, let me bake. Turn it around, turn it around, turn it around, turn it around. Make sense? What was the other question? Oh, yes. 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 Now, that is an exact figure, is very specific to the business. So, you're going to buy me coffee. Yes. This table. They asked, eh? You already asked. Sherry, do you have a question? Sean, do you have a question? Or you'll ask me at home. They want to hear your voice. You ask something. Or you want to tell them something you've learned that you're going to apply. Okay, you can tell them. Anything you've learned that you're going to apply.
Today I learned that in order to run a successful business, you must have partnerships with people, and you should get people you can rely on and you'll work with.
Yay! We're looking for partners here. We're looking for partners here. Sherry is the national Rubik's Cubing female champion. And Sean is the national male Rubik's Cubing champion. He has set up a YouTube channel, and he's going to be teaching YouTubing. So if you go and look for Sean the Twister on YouTube, and he's going to teach you how to Rubik's Cube. You can solve it in under 10 seconds. Sean the Twister. Go there, you'll find out what Rubik's Cubing is. Just like for now. Just subscribe and like for now. That cube that does that, the 6 sides can be sorted in under 10 seconds by that gentleman. Yes, this table. The kalango is done, yes. And he also sells Rubik's Cubes if you want to buy for your children and yourselves. Yes.
Thank you, Alfred. I have a question about the pricing.
Yes.
I start a business that I want to be one of the biggest businesses. But due to the capital that I have, I start small. That means I will look for people who can buy with from a small amount. But then as the business grows, I want to change the pricing up to the price that I want. Maybe if they are buying a plate at 5,000, when the business grows to where I want it to be, I want the plate to be bought at 25. So how do I make sure that I make a steady increase of the pricing without losing the clients? Okay, I may lose some, but I don't want to be too much affected about it.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. 2 things. 1, add value. Add value to the value you're giving. So if it was a plate of food and it just had posho and beans, you put some greens. You're adding value. You add more value to get more value. That's 1. But 2, be clear about the market you're working in, because you might be pushing yourself into a different market segment. So you might be increasing and you want to increase, and your target is me, I want a plate of food at 25K, and yet the people that you're trying to serve can only afford between 6K and 8K. So you will lose them because you're operating a different market. So if you are to fit there, then you might start dealing with the inputs. If you want to keep your profit margin, you may want to deal with some of the inputs or some of the things that you're putting in that you can adjust to make sure that you're able to still be able to provide a service. So if there is a market that's buying at a particular price, but you can sell many, even if the margin is small, where your margins are small, try to sell as many as possible so that that margin can build up. And then where you can get larger margins, then you're able to sell just a few. We do that for some of our clients. There are clients that we will be able to charge very low and get a low margin, and that's fine, but we turn that over many times. Then you get one nice, good, big one. And you charge nicely, healthily, which allows you to also be able to cater for some of the excesses on the side. So it's very possible. But be sure that you are not moving people into a market that they are not in, because they may not be able to afford where you're taking them. Yes, a second one. I have 2 more tables to go, and I'll be done.
Good afternoon.
Philly, you're welcome, my brother there. Right. See, they believe. My family is here. They also believe in these things. Eh?
Good afternoon,
Yes.
everybody.
Good
And
afternoon.
Mr. Alfred. I'm Sylvia.
Alfred.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Madam Sylvia Tioi, and my question is, what are some of the things that a family business can do to position their children for the next two, not to position, but to help them transition and carry on the business, a family business, to the next generation? Especially that every child is looking at pursuing their own career, trying their own thing, and so families can be in that position where how do we play around making sure that they are all succeeding in their own spaces, but also be able to carry on the things that the family has started. Yeah.
Thank you. Almost 80%, I think, of the businesses in the world are actually family businesses. Some are very, very big. We don't think they are Tata, what. Most of them are really family businesses. So very good question there. For now, I can just say two things. One, there's a difference between ownership and leadership. You can have people owning a business, but not leading the business. And they could own it through a trust, whatever it is they could own, so that the returns that come from the business are able to go to them, etc. But they may not have the passion or the competencies or, to be in that particular space, right? In that case, if you find one or two among them who are able to, start doing these things. Introduce them. Start slowly bringing them in. Bring them in. I brought mine here. So start bringing them along with some of those things. You're going to purchase this, you go with them. You're not saying much. They're watching you do this. You start to do a bit with them. There's some, even if they run away, at some point they'll find themselves gravitating back to what they know. It's what I saw growing up. I know someone. The parents educated them. The parents are really businessmen in Chikubo. Educated them so well, did all these things, and did the master's degrees because the parents didn't want them to turn out like them. They wanted them to be corporate. They went, worked 1 year, 2 years in the corporate world. They're like, but what is this? They're in business today. After amassing masters and what, they're like, Because this thing they saw over and over and over again. And there was that intentionality. You're intentional. You're taking them along with you. You're seeing how you're closing deals. Because some of the things that are failing with family businesses in Africa, in Uganda, is sometimes you're there, you're running the business, you're cutting deals, you're cutting corners. Your children don't know you're busy cutting corners. They don't know you're running an ethical business. For them, they see it running. You hand over to them and they're wondering, but how was daddy doing it? How is mommy doing it? Because it's not working. So, of course, it pushes it also run ethical business, right? But push them in. Let them see what you're doing. Start giving them assignments in there. Then you get to see the level of interest, the comfort in the place, just to see that, yeah, I think this person might be warming up to this. And then sometimes you need to get them and put them in another space just to learn to work in another space, learn how things are done in a structured way where you're not doing something for daddy and mommy, or auntie and uncle, because there's a certain curse on us, I don't know. When you're working in your family business, these are our things. Some people just stop, they don't bring the excellence it desires because you're working in our thing. So allow them to work elsewhere, where they can learn discipline, learn the way of doing things right, so that by the time they get back, they are ready to be able to apply. But also to say not everyone will come and be comfortable with it. They don't say, for me, I have my 5 children, and all my 5 are supposed to be in our business. I built it for them. Not everyone is going to come. They're going to have different interests. They're going to have different competencies. They're going to have different strengths. Bring in 1 or 2 of those who can work. I know of some businesses in South America, Brazil especially, where businesses have been running for about 300 or so years with family. All they do is they look in the wider family to see, nephew so-and-so, I can see him, niece so-and-so, bring them close. They seem to be the ones. Then they run and run and run. Then even them, they begin identifying, nephew so-and-so, niece so-and-so. They seem to be the ones. You begin to bring them, but it's been there. But it's not been father, son, grandson, great-grandson. It's not been that linear in a way. And somehow they end up keeping it in the family. But I intend to run something on family businesses, specifically for just that, because we can do 2 days of family business. The challenges are interesting: governance in family businesses, processes in family businesses. Yeah. Family in family businesses. Then sometimes we thought that the issues are going to be discussed in the management or boardroom, and then they're discussed in the family what? Family meeting. This person doesn't want to support the children of the family. Yes. So that would be an interesting one.
Thank you, Alfred. My name is Dunstan.
Your hand has been up for a long time. I'm finally there. Yeah.
Yeah. I run a business called Green Volta. We do electrical consultancy and contracting. My questions are two. The first one is, I also support a number of micro businesses with a program called Be Your Own Boss here at Worship Harvest. And I run into these problems a lot. So there are a number of businesses where we sit down and do our costing of the product. And because we are small and we are not able to leverage the economies of scale, we've run into an issue where our costs are above the market price. What would you advise around that?
Thank you.
My second question.
Okay.
How do you, you've kind of hinted on it, but I just want you to dive in a little bit deeper. What's your perspective about price discrimination? Because I get, when I'm doing, for example, the electrical designs, sometimes you can, for example, meet a pastor friend who wants you to do the electrical design, but they tell you, my budget is 500K. That is what I have. And you want to keep kind of like the same quality, but then you find another person who you charge 2 million, you find another one who you charge 7 million, they have a hotel or something. And so how do you, I find it disturbing to kind of charge different prices, yet you have two, but also how do you, sometimes you misjudge. You're thinking this person has the money, and then the price just turns them off. So help me out.
Great. Thank you. The first one was you are running this, and the pricing that you're giving it out for is not allowing you to break even. I think I've seen this in many faith-based organizations that are trying to run programs, business programs, or something like that. And I've seen quite a bit of that. And this is what I say. I know it's harsh, but this is what I say. You are teaching people business. Prove it. Yeah, prove it. Prove that it works in your own business. In this business of teaching us business, prove that it works. Are you giving us value? Yes. So you need to look back and say, are we giving value to these people? And if you're giving them value, then they should be willing to pay for that value. Except if you've chosen that it's going to be ministry, and it's being given as a ministry arm, it's not being done to earn its money, not as a business, that's different. But if you want to run it as a business, prove it. And I have dealt with about 2 or 3 of this kind that I said, and they said, look, Alfred, we want you to come in and help us with this bit, but you see, we can't pay you much, we can only pay you this much just because it is highly subsidized. So why are you subsidizing it? If it's a business, show us it works. People pay for value, right? If they are coming into this room and they're getting value, they should pay for that value. And they should demonstrate that they can get value, prove it. If I call this training again and I charge you, you're going to pay. Yes, of course. I've proved. Yeah. Thank you. It's value, and you'd pay for it if I charged. You'd pay for it. So prove it. It's harsh, but it's what it is. Let your business model, if you're trying to teach people business, let your business model demonstrate that business works. Moment of silence. Price discrimination. What I was trying to say, to allude to earlier, was actually price discrimination initially. When I said you try to play around with the value that you... This is a question of value. I give value for value. I give value for value. So if someone can't afford to pay for certain value, I reduce on the value I'm giving them. The things I'm taking you through here that people pay me to sit one-on-one, me and them, and I give them. It means they've got to pay, except if I've invited the coffee like yours, I was invited. But they've got to pay for sitting with me alone, right? But now I can do the same value and give it to 100 people at the same time. They will not get their specific question addressed, but they will get something to work with. So I can say, let me just give an example. How many are we? About 100 here, right? Sorry? Yeah, about 100. 100 times, let's say 10K is how much? It's $1 million, eh? So if I said it was going to cost you, just give me an example. If I said it was going to cost you $1 million for you to sit with me for about 4 hours and we talk about this, like, hey, it's too much money, economy. I say, okay. Okay. You come as 100, okay? You come as 100, and we shall go through the same things. Only that I will not talk about your specific, but at least you'll go away with something. So the value you're going to pick from here is good value, but it's not as much value as you'd have gotten if I was with you one-on-one, because there you would have talked about, there's even an uncle here. The uncle puts in this much, and then I do, it would be at that level. You see? So it is price discrimination, but also it is value apportioning. I've apportioned the value, as I can give the same content, but not as much value. The value is reduced a bit, but the core part of the value is still there, you know? So try to find ways of how you're able to offer that service. I don't know if you're able to get 5 people in the room that need the service, and you charge them what you'd have charged one. Or if there are portions of what you're doing that can be done by the people. I've been involved in supporting people to develop strategy. There are those that I have developed a document, done research for, and developed the document and gone up to implementation plan, everything up to the end. And they've paid me for that. There are those who have paid me to say, come in the room and ask us questions. Don't write anything. After the session, you're not going to write anything. You're not going to do anything. Both of them are getting value, but different value. So it's knowing your product so well that you know, okay, how do I still make that product accessible to people who may not afford to pay the higher value? I'm an architect, I've developed a very nice plan, and it's going to cost this much, and no one maybe can afford it. Okay. Is there a way that you can partner with HMC and say, are there some people who don't mind sharing the same plan? I do it once, and it's paid for by 5. Each one just pays 500, everyone has their plan, and hey, this one is in Buambo, this one is wherever. It's the same plan, right? Yeah. You develop one plan once, but because no one can pay for it, it's paid for by 5 people, but you share it out. You say, okay, your house won't be unique. Eh? Yeah. To be the same as 5 other guys, just so you know. In case you see it somewhere and say, this corner. This looks like my house. I don't even make sense, yeah? You're trying to bring the product and make it accessible, but the value you're giving also is being divided out that way, especially for service-based industries. Finally, last table, and then I'll close. I feel energetic. Oh my goodness. You're praying, eh?
Yes, thank you very much,
I was doing badly
Alfred.
in the morning. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for the session. Mine also is still, Wambi Mike is the name, Worship Harvest Nalia. Mine is still the same on that, but I'm seeing you are tackling more on the service industry, on the price. I want also to lean on the price discrimination. We happen to own a company that does general supplies. Yes, we have made some good supplies to the government, and in that we were recommended because of our good work to a certain big hotel here in Kampala that starts with the letter Z. But this time it is our product. Okay, we do products, but it was agricultural products. Now, the problem that I'm suffering with is we made the quotation. We presented it because we always try to maintain our prices, not going high even though the client is big. We try to maintain our quotation a bit favorable. But you find a client who knows already the market prices. But remember also you are in business. Let me give an example. Rice, let me not even go to the rice. Let me say 5 tomatoes are for 1K. So then you come, you are like, you know what, me, I'm in business. You make a quotation of, let me say, 1,200. Because you need that profit, you are going to incur the transport costs. Then the client sends you, they are like, no, your prices are high. For us, these are the prices we get. Now, you compare the price they have given you plus the one in the market when they are the same. In simple, they are trying to tell you that if you want to supply, I think you should make the prices a bit down, because if they are getting that price, you either maintain the same price or you go a bit down. So as of now, I'm still suffering with that one, because they sent in there like, yes, we received your quotation, but your prices were a bit high. For us, this is what we get. So my question would be, how do you keep, because we have gone to some certain organizations where they say that, no, here you have been a bit high, and you know in supply, when someone says your quotation has been a bit high, they are not going to give you the job. Yet you want the business. So how do you balance that price? How do you price for, let me say, in the supply business, where clients even know the market prices, but because they want to deal with the company? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good question there. And I'll come back with a question. First, keep the mic. Why are they paying you?
They are paying you because, why they are paying you is
Why do they pay you?
Value. You are
Which one?
them.
Which value do you give them?
One, you are trying to solve their problem of maybe, instead of giving to these people in the organization, for you are delivering these all products on time. Then when they're going suffering that, this one stole the money I gave to the procurement officer, or he went to the market and they bought things, and like that problem is what for us we are looking at, that we are trying to solve such a problem. So that is the value. Yes, convenience, and also looking for the quality product that you are going to give them. Yes.
Yeah. So going back to what we said earlier on, in terms of being able to be very clear about why they're paying you, what value it is they want from you, what pain they have, and what value they are willing to part with to be able to get that pain addressed. Because if tomatoes are sold at 1,000 shillings in the market, 5 of them, and they want you to sell them to them at 1,000 shillings at their doorstep, that means that they haven't appreciated any value you're adding them. So we need to go through, you need to be able to go through the value that you're adding to them, the value. But also you need to first hear, you need to first listen in to hear whether the pain you think you're solving is the pain they're experiencing. So some time invested in you being able to appreciate why exactly are they paying me? What is the pain point that they have? Because if the pain point is enough, if they're being pained enough, they will pay for the value you're adding to cure that pain. If they don't see anything, any difference between getting these tomatoes from the market and for them coming in directly here, they will not pay for the extra. Do you get? The smaller the pain, the smaller the value, additional value they want to pay. So we need to spend some time and just dig to find out, if you can find that information internally, what are some of the challenges they've had with the previous suppliers? What are the things? Why do they even consider getting quotations for these things? And then say, for this particular, yes, these things can be bought at the market at 1,000. But at the market, it means that you need to go to the market to get them. I am saving you that. You don't need to go to the market. You want consistent quality. If you go to the market, you'll buy nyanya here of this, nyanya there of that, nyanya there of that. What I'm bringing you is consistent quality. That what I bring you are nyanya of this kind, and that's all I'm going to be. That's the value I'm bringing to you. So you need to be getting more into a discussion around the value that you bring to them, so that you're able to say, for that, are you willing to pay then more because of the value I'm bringing to you? I know there are some of those stationery and what that can get very cutthroat, and the margins become very, very thin. So there you also start looking back into your cost profile as well. To see, what is it that I need to do to be able to reduce on my costs, my input costs? If I've been buying those tomatoes myself from the market, can I buy them from where the market guys buy them from, so that I reduce on my cost per tomato? I remember there's a business we did I was doing some trainings like this as well, and they were struggling. I think they were selling meat, goat meat, and they were struggling with the margins, greens and all that. But they used to buy meat in kilos. And then they figured that if they just go to this farm, this guy is willing to get the goat, chop it for you. Just that, just changing that, stopping to buy moving from buying kgs of goat, and you go to this farm, and this guy is so happy he has customers who are coming to buy from the farm. He will chop the goat, cut it into kilos, pack for you. They saved about 30% in their cost profile. The second bit they saved was on the time at which they go to Nakasero to buy the greens. They used to go at 6 a.m. and they changed and they began going at 4 a.m. Because you know how they do the greens, in those who know, It comes like this, at this cost. The next person buys it, reduces it into half, charges the same. The next person buys at 3 a.m. Then by 6 a.m., by the time you guys go to the market, the greens have changed hands. Everyone divides into two and maintains the cost. Divides into two and maintains the cost. By the time it reaches, you're going to buy your whatever. 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., it was changing costs, changing hands. And of course, there are even some cartels there. That you can't buy off the pickup. You can't. It is these people who can buy off the pickup. So, again, they saved by coming in earlier and creating a relationship. Now, they're not buying them from that market because they're not allowed to buy from the pickup. But now they got into a relationship with those guys of the pickup, and they will deliver to them before they come to the market. Their cost profile went down. Sometimes you're thinking cutting costs is reducing staff salaries and doing what. Sometimes it's just looking into the core of your costs and realizing there are some things that you need to just rethink how we're doing them, and you might find that you can actually be able to reduce your costs. So if the market you're in is highly price sensitive, deal with the cost side. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I come to the end of my presentation.
Wow! Another round of applause for Chairman Alfred. Hey! Wasn't that amazing? Wasn't that awesome? Have you learned anything? Now you have to go and put it in action. Yeah? So there's someone here who would like to, I want you to hear her voice. Oh, yes. She's the CEO of HMC. I mean, how can we go without hearing from her, right? Yeah. How? So she's going to come and give us practical ways in which we can, go and do some of the things that we've been taught today. So welcome, Vasta. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Please have your seats. Please have your seats. Please have your seats. And while you have your seats, I'm just going to ask that we appreciate Alfred one more time. I have known Alfred for a number of years, find in. And for all the years I have known him, he loves to add value to people, like he was saying. And how this journey started is exactly like he said. We had been talking about our membership growing every year. So if you do not know, HMC started in 2021. We're just about to make 5 years in operations. And that time, we had about 250 people, yeah? As we speak, we have over 3,600 members. Yeah. So it's significant growth. And so you can get carried away and focus on the growth and excited that, oh, we're hitting our targets, our numbers are growing, our members are increasing, and all that. But when we get into the detail of why was HMC started, it was started, if you were not part of Worship Harvest Ministries then, I'm hoping that we are all members of Worship Harvest Ministries. Apostle has always had the dream and desire to change people's lives by making sure that everyone is actively saving. And at that point, what he kept saying, he kept talking about two things. Owning a home. It's a long story. I'm trying to cut it all short to fit into my summary. But his desire was that, yes, we are doing ministry together, but we don't want to get down the road 20 years later and people have been diligently serving, praising God, and they don't have homes. Do you understand? Because many of us grew up seeing that people that were active in ministry lived poor lives. And so many of us did not desire ministry because we didn't want to be poor. We didn't want to leave the same legacy for our children. So he wanted to change that story. So one, own homes, but also we have the numbers. Let's save together, invest together, and change the story so we become the wealthy people that we have seen elsewhere. Do you understand? If the Bible says that our Father owns cattle on 1,000 hills, then we are going to own the cattle on 1,000 hills. Now, Apostle even had a clear word that he's going to break the back of poverty, yeah? So if you're aligned to that vision, you're going to break the back of poverty, right? Yeah, you're not excluded. He likes to say that if it's raining in your village and it's not raining in your compound, there's a problem. Do you understand? And so if it's raining wealth in the ministry, in the church family, and it's not raining in your situation, wealth, there's a problem. So back to HMC. We have 3,600 members, and the sad reality is that this year in particular, the number of people that are saving has actually significantly dropped. We have 30% of our members consistently saving. 30% consistently saving. So, of course, we had to get into the detail of what's happening. Why aren't people saving? One, of course, it's a culture thing, but significantly, people are struggling. So, Alfred said, I have a solution. I'm willing to give my time, my knowledge. I do this for people at a price, but I'll do it for free. Let everyone who wishes, who would want to make a difference in their business, who does not have a way of earning, so they are saying, I'm not earning, I'm not saving because I'm not earning, let them come into the room. Let's talk about how to make money. Yeah, start a small business. What is it that you have? The Moses thing of God is going to use Moses, but what he does is he uses what Moses has, the stick. You understand? The widow with the sons who was in debt, God says, what is it that you have? Do you understand? We've had another opportunity like that. What is it that you have? And I think God is just willing to multiply that. And just one of those things that he has used is a session with Alfred. So my prayer, our prayer as HMC is that this will not end here. That at least for the people that are in this room, we'll see certain things change. Yeah? We'll see you starting to save. Whether you're saving for yourself as an individual, but when you start that business, do you know that your business can also save? Yeah? And it can become a reality that you are saving, your business is saving, and there are people here that will testify that they've even bought property for their businesses. Do you understand? All these are opportunities that are available to us. You guys have been to churches, eh? I'm sure you've been to churches. Not many churches give us opportunities like this. And so if we have the advantage of being in a space where we're being taught, encouraged, being given platforms, I'll tell you this for a fact. HMC sells land below market price. If you're in doubt, please identify a piece of land near any of our estates at a price lower, and come and challenge us. For all the pieces of land that we sell, they are significantly below market price. So much that now we have so many outsiders coming to buy land and resell. Do you understand? And the people in-house are not taking advantage of the opportunities. So whatever it is that is limiting us from taking advantage of these opportunities, let's get them addressed so that we get to enjoy the benefit of what we have internally. Would love to become wealthy together. Would love, you know, when you look back at life and you're like, there's a time we used to admire people who fly first class. Now it's business as usual. Or there's a time we used to look at that mansion, the fulfillment, as, yeah. But now that's my reality. Do you understand? And we are talking about the fulfillment being in different countries. Of I'm now going to my home in what country? Yeah. Do you understand? That the fulfillment is not in just one country of Uganda, and you've arrived, you're ready to go to heaven. Yeah. It shall be in different continents here. Anyway, without saying so much, I would like to really, really, really appreciate each and every one of you that has come today. Yeah. On behalf of management, on behalf of the entire leadership, the EXCO, the welfare committee that have been driving this, we really appreciate that you made the time to come, that you are very considerate of your business and are committed to making it grow. I'm sure that this time invested will not be in vain. So my parting shot, one, if you do not have an HMC account, please, we didn't charge for this session, right? Now pay yourself by opening an account so that you start, that money that someone would have charged you for a session like this, use it to open an HMC account. You only need 200,000, okay. But we can allow you to phase it, yeah? Open that account and commit to save money every month for yourself. Then get that business started and actually open an account for the business and start saving for the business. If you have any questions about HMC, there are people at that table that can help with any questions. Only one is putting up the hand. I'm wondering, even the other table has, even, Even this side, I saw, hey, Keith. Keith is hiding. He's about to jump out through the window. Let me ask the management team of HMC to just stand up. Yeah. They've appreciated them, but also if you have any questions, even queries, those issues, burning issues, we're happy to receive them. Please come, ask your questions. We'll be happy to have them addressed. Of course, we have this other leaders, but don't stress them with the questions. They may not have the answers. But if you feel comfortable with them, you can ask them. They'll bring the questions back to us, and we'll be able to help even then. So once again, thank you very, very much. We do appreciate you and wish you a lovely, lovely weekend. Over to Elder Duff.
A round of applause for our CEO. All right, we've come to the end of our session. I don't want to promise, but I think there'll be another one sometime before the year ends. Yeah, so that we can check on you. Maybe we might ask you to pay. I don't know. Will you pay? You pay. But will you make money? So now the last action is you're going to turn to your neighbor and tell them what your target income is for the rest of the month. The rest of the year. Yeah. Your neighbor, you find a neighbor. Yeah, because you see, we can talk, but set a target. Say, from what I've learned today, if I put these things in line, I put my people, my processes, my system, December is looking like this. Some of you are not talking to your neighbors. I can see you. Sean. The YouTube channel.
You have no neighbor.
You're talking to the window. Has your neighbor told you? Are you encouraged by their goal? Or you're discouraged? Is it so high? Is it too low? Or it's okay? Yeah. All right. So you've set your goals. Some of you are now telling stories and how you're going to achieve that. All right, I'm going to ask someone to come and give us a closing prayer. Anyone who would like to pray for us? Pastor Ivy, I guess you're the one.
All right, let's pray. Heavenly Father, I would like to thank you for today, for this is the day that you have made, and we're rejoicing in it. We thank you that we have heard and we shall not unhear, but then also that we are going to be doers of this word and not only hearers. Your word says that wisdom is a principal thing, and today we have received the principal thing. I declare and decree that we are going to go and become better stewards of our businesses, our finances, everything that is pertaining to the kingdom. Thank you that today marks the beginning of us partnering with you in the kingdom to take the gospel forward. In Jesus' name I have prayed. Amen.
All right, thank you for coming. Enjoy the rest of your day.